Hello. Good morning. Hi there. How are you? Let me let people in. Good morning. Good morning. All right. Class is starting. Yay. All right. Let me I need to join with the other computer and then I will. There we go. And there you go. You're going to see me 2 vantage points. Maybe that's a bit too low. No, there we go. All right. Welcome. Good morning. I am seeing someone called SB Marriott. What's your name? Miss, I can't hear you. Can you unmute yourself?
That's Stan Marriott. That's Stan and Barb, but I'm Stan.
Wonderful. Okay. Are you both going to be in the class or just you, perchance?
Just me. Yeah.
So I'm going to go ahead and change that so that I can remember your name. There we go.
Sure.
Perfect. I'm going to keep letting some people in. And then Elisa, good morning.
Yeah. Hi.
Hi, how are you? Very good. And then Liliana, Mindy, and Mina. Good morning, everyone.
Hi.
Good morning. So Mina and Liliana, I need your last names to be part of the Zoom meeting so that I can look it up in the roster and change your names, or I can show you how to change your own names so that in the future you know.
Under rename, right?
Yeah, you go to your video and when you hover over your video, you see 3 little dots appear. And then when you click on that, you can rename yourself. Perfect. Mina Rubio. And Liliana, can you try to do that? Or do you want me to change add your last name myself? I'm looking at the list. Melero, Liliana Melero. I'm not sure, I haven't heard you speak yet, so I'm going to go ahead and change your name, but I would like to. There we go, Liliana Melero. I'm assuming that's you. That's the only Liliana in the in the roster. And Mindy, there we go. And some more people are coming in. So for a little bit, I'll be just pull in. I'm not going to get that many people at the beginning because it's only people who I have never met before, like you guys. So welcome. And then after that, we'll get a little bit more. Okay, hello. Let me see. Is this Chila Nadine? Let me look at your name. What's your name? Chila Nadine at iCloud.
Shyla.
Chila. Okay, perfect. I'm from Argentina, so I think things in Spanish, and so that was Chila for me, but Chila. There we go. Thank you. And I'm not seeing your last name on my roster. So what would you show up as in my roster? Oh, Tihan. There we go. I need to add your last name because attendance gets done through the names that people have here. So I'm going to add that. Should I leave the Nadine or
That's Nadine's my middle name.
Okay, good. So then I'm going to just write Shyla. There we go. That way I can track you on the roster. Okay, wonderful. Great. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
What's that?
Nice to see you too.
Oh, okay. So guys, I'm assuming quite a few of you have done at this point Zooms before. But today I'm going to show you a little bit how I handle Zoom for this class. We're going to practice a little bit of that before we get other people to join us. So we're not talking about Illustrator yet. We'll do that soon. But I have too many computers here in front of me. Let me move this one out of the way, this cable out of the way. Okay, you might see that I'm on two different computers because I have a couple different versions of Illustrator, depending on what versions, and Mac and a PC, depending on what versions you guys have or need, so that I can demo in different ways. So first I'm going to just focus on Zoom. And if you, when everyone is here, there's going to be a bunch of people. There's going to be a moment where I'm going to, many times, all the time, well, I'll be saying, okay, I'll explain something, some skill, something to do, and then I'll say, okay, you guys do it. And then I'll say, did it work? Did it not work? Is it good? Is it bad? Do you have any questions? And so what I need at that point is for the whole group to say yes or no, according to whether they got it or they still need some support getting it done. And we're going to do that using the emojis, the reaction buttons. So down at the bottom where you see all the different tools that come with Zoom, there's a heart that says react. If you have the latest Zoom, it looks like a heart. If you have not the latest Zoom, then it looked like a smiley face, and it was called reactions. So head over to that. And if you heard what I said, and yeah, you got it, give me a yes. A yes would be the green check mark. And so click on a green check mark. Perfect. And Liliana, I haven't heard from you yet, so I'm not sure if you can hear me. I don't see sound at all, but it's not like you don't have sound. Let me look. You don't have the sound turned on at all, so you can't speak to me, but you might not be hearing me. So let me, the next thing I'm going to do is actually, I'm going to go to the chat. I want everyone to go to the chat, and this way I'm going to write to Liliana. Everyone go to the chat, and right there where I said, good morning, that thing that appears right now saying good morning, that's the chat. Go ahead and everyone say, hi, good morning, I'm here, something like that, so that everyone shows up in the chat. And then I'm going to address Liliana. Can you hear me? I'm not sure if Liliana has seen this, but hopefully she can see that. And I can see her writing. If you don't have sound, can you write in the chat? Okay, let's hope I get a response, because otherwise I'm not sure if there's anything happening there. So for now, I'm going to wait and see if she can figure out her sound situation, and I'm going to continue. All right, so great. So everyone turn on their yeses. Now, whenever you, for any reason, have to say no, then just clicking on the no changes from yes to no. So go ahead and change to a no. And then the other thing that needs to have, so you don't need to have like to turn one off and turn on, just changes it to a no. So everyone give me a no. And then if you click on that one more time, it turns itself off. Like right now, Stan has nothing or so. So I need you guys to know how to turn it on and off too. So basically clicking on the same thing turns itself off. So sometimes people click on it one time and then click on it again and they think they've answered, but I don't see anything because it went from on to off, right? So I need to make sure that you know how to turn things on and off. And then at some points, I'll just go ahead and clear everything. So sometimes it means yes and no, and sometimes it's just a way of dividing people. Like right now, I'll say, okay, if you are working on a Mac, please give me a yes. And if you're working on a PC, please give me a no. So everyone go ahead and do that. If you're on a Mac, give me a yes. And if you're on a PC, give me a no. All right. So it looks like I have 4 Macs. Chila, I'm sorry, I'm gonna get it, but I might say it a few times wrong. Yeah, you're not writing either or. And Elisa, you
Yeah.
turned yourself off. So can you say again that's when, like, I need to see it and it needs to stay when I have to check. When I have 30 people, I need to see everyone and have it stay. Yeah, there you go. So Chila, what are you? I see that you're probably on a phone right now. But to do the class, are you gonna to work on Illustrator? Do you have a computer or a Chromebook?
Yes,
Or
I have a Mac at home, but I came to campus And I didn't know that the DSPS and EOPS were closed today. They work remotely. And then the library was closed.
The library is closed today.
Yes,
Today is
it doesn't even have the Friday hours. Google
That's
said it's
interesting.
open at 9, but when I looked by the door, it says Monday through Thursday, and it
Maybe
doesn't have
it-
Friday hours.
It's summer, huh? They don't say that even on that. That's interesting. I've never known the maybe because it's summer, but
Yeah, I didn't
they're open
either.
in the morning. Okay, well, that's fine then. So you're gonna be on a Mac then, even though right now. And so today you're just gonna watch, or are you gonna try to go home and work on it? What's the best way for you to
What I was
that?
going to do is, because I live with a bunch of girls, I was going to go to the public library.
Mhm.
So I can leave here and get to the library. That I will be using a PC there, but
Mhm.
because it's closer than my
Okay,
home.
so here's the thing, it doesn't matter too much, one way or another, if you prefer to
Okay.
stay and watch. And then just do the work, because here's the thing, this class is being recorded. So you can just watch today, ask questions, whatever, and then just kind of work on it at home. Until you figure out, because if this is gonna happen always, the library is always gonna be closed on Fridays. If it's not an exception for today, then you're gonna have to figure plan B. And on the library, you would probably have to have headsets.
Yes, at the Santa Barbara Public Library, I do have a headset.
They do have headsets, okay. So then, next thing I was gonna say about the library is obviously they won't have Illustrator, so you're gonna have to use VDI. And that's the next question I have for everyone. Let me clear everyone's feedback. If you have the iCloud subscriptions and you've downloaded Illustrator, then give me a yes. If you don't have a subscription, then give me a no. So if you don't have Illustrator to work with, give me a no. Okay, I'm seeing 4 yeses. That's surprising. Liliana, oh, Liliana, I see some sound now.
No.
There you are. Hi, Liliana. Okay.
Hi.
No, that's fine. I just wasn't clear before if you couldn't hear me or if you just weren't there. All right. So you can hear me, and let me see.
Are you sorry, are you getting my yeses? It's Elisa.
Elisa, yes, I'm getting your yeses. I'm
Okay.
getting Tina's. I'm getting everyone's. Liliana's the only one that I hadn't had any response from. And hi, Mindy. I see you now. Nice to meet you. And hi, Yuki. How are you? Nice to meet you. I have just explained to people who are here, you see some people with yeses and nos. I was asking people to respond using the reactions buttons. So if you have if you own a Illustrator, if you have a iCloud subscription on your computer, please give me a yes. And if you do not, then give me a no. All right. And so just saying it to me, like, Liliana, can you please say yes or no? I know you mentioned it, but again, it kind of goes one ear out the other because I have so many. So I would love to say a yes or a no. And that's the reactions button. So if you have a new Zoom, it looks like a heart. And if you have an older Zoom, it looks like a smiley face, the place where the reactions are. Yuki, can you find them? Okay. All right. So the top row of cute little rockets and thumbs up and whatever is very sweet and cute in the next one. But notice, Yuki, that the thumbs down that you just gave me disappeared. So the only ones that really count, they stay 3 seconds. So when I'm asking the group to kind of distinguish between, say, Mac and PC or Illustrator and not Illustrator, that kind of thing, I need it to be the green check mark for yes or the red X for no. Okay, and those stay. So if you don't have it, give me a no, which I believe is what the thumbs down was. Oh, it was a thumbs up. So yes, you do have it. Okay. And so Liliana doesn't have it, and Shyla doesn't have it. And the rest of you do. Oh, Yuki, that changed to a no. Okay, so you don't have Illustrator either. All right. So I'm going to be talking about that just a little bit later. And dealing with how to access Illustrator for those of you who don't have it. But I'm going to finish first with the whole Zoom part, which is I want to make sure that everyone knows how to use Zoom to work in a class where it's a hands-on computer class, because your computer's needed, but you're also using it for Zoom, right? So the first thing I'm going to do, I'm just going to share a screen with you. It doesn't matter what I'm sharing. It's not about that. I just want to share a screen. And notice that when I do that, what probably happened is that my screen probably is filling up your screen right now, right? Like it probably took over. Zoom likes to do that. So if so, you won't be able to work on your computer on your own. You can just watch me. So the way we need to work on this is that you have to be able to make my part of the screen where I'm demonstrating stuff become much smaller to occupy half, a quarter, whatever of your screen so you can watch me. And then on the other part of your screen, you have to work with your own Illustrator, because I'll be demoing something and you'll be doing it at the same time. Does that make sense? So before I continue with this, I have one question. I'm going to share that again, but I have one question. Who has a second screen available? So some people have another old laptop lying around that they haven't used for a while, or they have their partner's computer. Some people have two monitors available that you can just plug both into a computer, or some people have a TV next to their monitor and you can do all that. So if you have or have an iPad, if you have a second option, that's the easiest solution. So if that's you, then go grab that second screen. And then if so, you need to sign in again. I'll let you in twice and you'll be in twice, kind of like I am. And then you watch me on one and you work on the other. That's like, yay, best of all worlds, right? Then you don't have to share screens with anything. So if that's you, then go ahead and do that. Oh, some more people coming in. All right. So Yuki, did you go get something else? So another screen. Okay, yay, that's taking care of one of you guys. All right. Now, for the rest of you, we're gonna have to move our screens around. So by the way, hi, Teresa, is that how to pronounce your name? Teresa,
Yeah.
what's that? Can you say that again? I can't hear you.
Hi, I'm Teresa.
There you go. Hi, Teresa. Nice to meet you.
You as well.
Raising my sound a little bit so I can hear you all well. Okay. So let me clear your answers right now. So your answers, by that I mean, Teresa, what I've been showing is a little bit how I use Zoom for the class. And there we go. Stan, looks like you're joining with another screen as well. So that's perfect. Teresa, really quickly, what I just said is that if you have a second screen around in your house, and in one way or another, an old laptop, someone else's laptop, you don't need the second one, you need to turn the sound off, okay? So Stan, on the second one, make sure to get your sound disconnected so that that reverb that we just heard, so that that doesn't happen. So when I share my screen to show you what to do, if you don't have another screen, then you need to make your screen occupy my part of the screen occupy only a portion of your monitor. So that's what we're going to do now. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen again. And again, what I'm sharing is not what matters. What matters is that this that I'm sharing is how I'm going to demo the stuff. So you need to now, since I fill in your screen, the first step is to hit the escape key on your keyboard. Top left key of your keyboard, ESC, that's the escape key. Click on that one. That's the first thing you need to do. And then the screen, even though not much might have happened, it does disconnect from the edges. It's not full screen anymore. And now you need to go to the very, very edge of that screen with your mouse, which is usually at the edge, entirely edge of your screen, and put your mouse there until it turns into two little arrows, and you might only see one port of it, and then just make it smaller, like actually reduce the size of me on your screen. Does that make sense? All right, I see Yuki, you're starting up with your second screen. Make sure to not connect to audio. It says connecting to audio, say no to the second one. Okay, so that it doesn't have audio at all. That's the best way to not have the reverb. Okay, All right, so for those of you who are who don't have a second screen, now I need to see if you were able to move the part that I am sharing to occupy less than half or less than half of your screen. If that worked for you, then give me a yes. And for people who just joined us, yes is found under the reactions button. Where you have a little heart if you have the newest Zoom, or a little smile you have the older Zoom. So if that's you, Yuki, no, someone just dropped out. I believe it was Yuki who just dropped out on one of her screens, but the other one's still there. I don't know if you can hear me because the one that you left is the one without sound. Anyway, we'll see how that works. Okay, so if you were able to move me to a part of your screen, please tell me that. Stan, you have 2 connections. No, Yuki, you have 2 connections. Someone else disappeared. Liliana, how's it going for you? I need to hear from you. Were you able to move my screen over?
I was not, no.
Okay, so when something's not working, I need you to say no, so that I can help you, or just to speak up, right? Okay, so, and this is for everyone. When I say everyone give me a yes or a no, if you give me a yes or a no, I got it. Some people got it, some people don't have it. And people who don't answer, I'm going to start calling on them and say, hey, how does it work for you? How did it work for you? Because everyone I need to have everyone follow through and doing all the steps. So, Liliana, how can I help you? What's happening? Explain to me so that I can help you find.
So I always saw a smaller portion of the screen.
Okay.
It was never my entire screen.
Okay, so right now, this Illustrator screen that I'm showing you occupies
It's like a quarter.
a port of it, and you can see it enough to as a demo to see the detail, but you have enough space left to work on your own. Cool.
Correct. Mhm.
Jill, hi, nice, thanks for joining us. And Jill, you were in my class the last couple of days, right? And so hi, there you go again. So I think I know your situation again. As far as that you don't have the apps right now on this one. How's it working on the other one? Have you had any?
I had to take, my brain had to take a break. I had trouble using the VDI, and I just now finally installed Firefox. So, but I have my old version of like CS4 Illustrator that I have on my old computer, so I can follow along. I can't share with you, but just to get an idea of what the tools can do, I can follow it like that today, and then later figure out how to get on VDI or what computer to get.
Okay,
that's all I can offer.
No, that's great. That's actually great, because the fact that you have an older version, and just so you know, for all the stuff that we're going to do at the beginning, there's almost no difference between, believe it or not, CS4, which is like 12 years old, and now for the beginnings. There are a lot of changes, and there's a lot more Illustrator can do, but yeah, you'll be able to follow along quite well. Well, you figure out the rest of the situation. Right. Okay. Now, so everyone seems to have said yes. Liliana, can you give me a yes then? Yes with the Zoom reactions, meaning a yes check mark. Okay, good. Everyone else is good. I'm gonna stop my share then. Okay, great. So now on the other side of the screen, you guys are gonna be opening up either your Illustrator application that you own, or we're gonna open up a browser and access VDI. So now I need to see again, another show of hands for yes or no. If you do own and have an Illustrator option that is installed on your computer, give me a yes. And if you don't, which means you need to use VDI, then give me a no. Okay. So Chayla, I know you're going to be using the school computers. Liliana, anyone else who? How about Mina? Do you have it or not? I know I asked once, but some people joined us. So I'm seeing quite a few yeses. Yuki, do you have Illustrator? I think you had said yes, but I'm not sure. No. Okay, then give me a no. And Jill is a half yes, half no, but I know your situation. Okay, so Yuki, the no would be the red X. Perfect. All right. So what this means is that I'm going to, I'm looking at the time. Yeah, it's going to be time in a few minutes to start showing you how to do the VDI for the people who don't have it, how to access it. But for everyone right now, before we do that, because then what I'm going to do is I'm let everyone who has Illustrator can take off for a little while and come back when I'm done with the VDI. But before we do that, I need to make sure that you all are able to share your screens with me. So what that means is that when you're doing the work, and at some point you might come across something that's not working for you. And what you can do first is tell me what's happening. And if many times just you'd explain the problem in 2 seconds, I can just tell you what to do. Life is good. But a lot of the times, especially when you're in the application, you can't even tell me what's wrong. It's just not working, right? And so in order for me to help you, you need to share your screen with me so that I can see it and immediately go, oh, it's this, it's that, and then we continue. Now, most of you haven't been in my classes before. Jill has been in the last 2 days in my class. So hopefully you can attest to the fact that it's really fast, right? When people have to share their screen, you just share, I see the problem, we take it off, and in 5 seconds it's taken care of. Versus trying to you explain, me explain, you explain, me explain, and never getting what's happening, right? So so that's how we're gonna proceed. And that's what I need to do right now is get a yes or no for people who know how to share their screen and you've done it before and you're good at it and you're comfy, give me a yes. If you do not know how to share your screen and I need to set you through the paces, then give me a no. Now, if you have a second screen, that's why I need you connected to both if you're working on 2 computers, because it's the screen that you're doing the work on, the one that we need to share, okay? The one that has your version of Illustrator is the one that you'll need to share with me. Which is why you need to be connected 2 times, because if you watch me on one and you're working on one that's not connected, when you're stuck, you can't share your screen and then I can't help you. Got it? So, so now for the people who said yes, and you know how to share your screen, good, just hang in there. I don't have, I do have an answer from everyone. Okay, the other one was a second screen. All right, so I'm gonna walk you through the paces. Chayla, you don't have your computer with you right now, so I can't, help you with that. But when you get to the computer that you're going to be using, we'll put you through the steps. And since it's a PC, it's simple. It's just a couple of steps. But if you're on a Mac, the Mac is much more careful than the PC about privacy. And so when you try to share your screen, it's going to ask you to take care of some permissions issues the first time ever. Then after that, it's already going to be easy. So, so whenever you get to the library next time, remind me. And when I ask you to share, I'll put you through the paces, Chayla. Okay. But right now, is it Elisa or Eliza? Just to be sure, because
It's Elisa.
Okay, thank you. So Elisa and Stan are the only 2 here who have said that you haven't shared before. So do you have a Mac or a PC, Elisa?
A Mac.
A Mac. Okay, great. So in your case, it's going to take a couple more steps. So let me walk, unless you've already, for some reason, opened the permissions. So first thing you need to do is go down to the, and we can only share one at a time, you guys, okay? So this has to be done 1 per person. If I'm sharing my screen and you try to share, it will say you can't. So I need to stop my share first, then you do your share. So right now I'm not sharing. In the bottom, right next to where you had the chat, you'll see the share button. It's green with an up arrow. Can you click on that one first? It's 2 things you need to click on. First, that one. Then you get a window there, and in the bottom middle of that one, there's another button that's blue with white letters that says share. Click on that one. Okay, well, there you go. You don't have to do your sharing, so no problem with your permissions. So you're ready to go. You're sharing.
Okay.
I'm seeing your screen, so you're done. Perfect. You can change your yes to a no, no to a yes. Stan, how about you? Are you on a Mac or on a PC?
Mac.
Okay, same thing then. Head over to the share button, the green button, and click on that one first.
It's sending me to system settings.
Exactly, system settings. So yeah, you're gonna have to read to me everything that shows up. Say yes, open, or okay, whichever the option is for system settings. Once your settings open up, at the very bottom on the right side, you're gonna see the word Zoom. And there's a literal slider that you need to try to turn on when you, to the right of the word Zoom. Do you see that?
No, it's saying it came up security and
password.
privacy. It shows Zoom,
Good.
and I've highlighted it, and then it doesn't.
Yeah, there's a little slider on the right side that you need to click on for it to switch to on. But when you do that, it's going to ask you for your computer password. Click on that and then type in your password.
Yeah, I don't see, that's not showing up on this one, on this screen.
Okay, so let me share my screen with you with what I'm talking about, except for that I need to go get the spot first. I'm trying to remember. Here we go. So this is what you, kind of what you're seeing. You're in the settings and you're under privacy and security. And I believe it's the camera or something like that. Whichever one it is that it's on, it'll say Zoom, and over here, this will be grayed out, and you need to click on it, and it'll try, when it tries to turn on, it'll say, at first you need to put in your computer password. So is that how you're seeing it?
Yeah, let me go there. It's not, I'm having trouble finding the privacy in that.
No, you're there. Wherever you got is where you have to do it. You don't have to go anywhere else. When you
Oh.
said, when it said you need to open your settings, it drops you into the right spot. I just don't remember if it drops you into the camera or which one of these it drives you. You'll be in one, whichever it is of these, it's where you have to be. And what you need to see is that where it says Zoom, on the right side of the word Zoom, that'll be gray, and you need to turn it on. But when you, by just clicking on this area. And when you try to do that, it'll say, well, first you need to put in your password because it needs to make sure that you are you who is asking for this.
Okay, I'll try that again. Right now, it says someone else is sharing, obviously.
Okay, so I'm going to stop my share and start again. So when it says open settings, that space it takes you to is exactly the place where you need to find the Zoom icon. And you guys, this is just the first time ever that you're on a Mac that these issues come up. After that, once you go through this, it just shares instantly. So tell me where you're at. I need to know so that I can keep.
It took me to privacy, and then it shows Zoom with the check, with a box to check, but it doesn't allow me to check or say yes or no.
Is it because if it's not letting you, it's because it's asking you for your password you don't see on your other screen?
No, it's not asking me unless it's behind the Zoom screen.
Probably behind something, because yeah.
Oh, there it is. It would like to record the screen. Open system preferences. And I'll do that. And then where is it there?
Okay, so where it says Zoom and you try to click on that little kind of bubble on the right, the little slider. Did you say preferences or settings, by the way? I'm sorry.
It says
system preferences or citizen settings.
Well, now I can't get it to say that again.
Okay, it doesn't matter. Do you remember if it said preferences or setting? It depends on that what operating system you have. It'll say one word on another, because then
Well, mine has system preferences. This computer is Monterey. Yeah.
Right. So then if it's preferences, is what I showed you was settings, which was the other computer. If it's preferences, then you have a little checkbox that you need to click instead of a slider. You need to try to click on that checkbox that's next to the word Zoom.
Okay. It's, for some reason, system preferences isn't giving me a pull down. It's like
it's no, because if it's system preferences, it's a little bit different. You have to go find that at the very bottom of your screen. Okay, it says bottom left, it's the security and privacy, it says click and the lock to make changes. So you need to click on that little lock. You see it? Otherwise I'll share the screen to show you what I mean. Here.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah, now it's saying
Here.
lock screen at the bottom.
Yeah. So now you need to click on that and then put in your computer password. That's why I'm saying if it says
Oh, okay. It wasn't doing that for some reason.
yeah. So now you click on this, see everything's grayed out. It doesn't let you do anything. Once you click and once you put in your password, right? Whatever password your computer has unlocked,
Okay.
then everything becomes available to you. Then you can click next to the Zoom, the checkbox. Okay, I'm gonna stop your share. Those of you who have a Mac, depending on the operating system you're using, it's going to be either settings or preferences. And then what I have to show you is completely different. So that's why I was showing you the wrong one. Tell me where you're at now. Did you put in your password? And if
Yes.
it'll say something like now or later, say later.
No, it just it went away. Let's see where it's at.
So, you know, just to test to see if it happened, because you might have just by unlocking made it work. Go ahead and try to share again. And if not, it'll send you to the same place, but by now you know how to do it. So go back and do the share and then share again, 2 shares.
Right now it's giving me a a completely black screen except one small thumbnail of you in the upper left corner.
The Zoom.
Yes.
So to make it a bit bigger, you can under that little thumbnail of me, it has like 3 little lines on top, a small, a bigger one, and a biggest, like a little square. Because you
Oh,
can
it had 2 arrows. I hit that and it came up.
okay, great. So now
Okay,
hit share
share.
again and then share one more time.
Okay,
Thanks.
I hit share and it says open system settings.
Okay.
And I click on that and it takes me there.
Okay.
And I go into privacy. Now it's got Zoom and I click on it. But then there's nothing else to make it go forward.
Okay. So you just said settings again versus preferences. So it confused me because preferences is Monterey, settings. You just read out the word settings, which confuses me.
Well, that was Zoom asking me to go to settings and it had a box to click. And when I clicked it, it went to my security and privacy.
Security and privacy in the system preferences. Okay, good.
And
now,
that's what I'm looking at. And
okay. On the bottom left, click the lock to make changes. It's a little lock icon.
Ah, okay. Now we're in business.
Okay, great.
Unlock.
Perfect. Now go click on that little box next to Zoom.
Got it.
Good.
Quit and reopen or later?
Later. Say later. Good. You did it. Woohoo. Now
Thank you.
I'll do the share and it'll work. Okay. You're welcome.
Okay.
See, you guys, this is why when I can't see, it takes longer. This is what would happen if you guys couldn't share, because I have to guess, you have to guess. But now when you can share, I will see exactly to tell you exactly what to do. So go ahead and do the share again. And this time I should be able to share your screen and then we'll be set to continue. Perfect. Yay. You're sharing your screen. All is good. I'm going to stop your share. Okay, perfect. Good. We're done. Everyone can share their screen. That said, if the first time you need to share, you haven't done it in a while, you need to ask me, I can walk you through it. But that's the only hump we need to get over on a Mac is the preferences part. Other than that, the PC, when you try to do this, it just lets you. Privacy is not such an issue for the PC and it doesn't care. So it just lets you in. All right. Not that I have a bias on Macs or PCs, although I do because I'm more of a Mac person, but the privacy issue is good, but it also becomes a problem when you're trying to make it work. All right, cool. So now that we have done the Zoom and the sharing your screen, I'm ready to get us onto Illustrator. So the people who have Illustrator installed, you know all about it, life is good. Then at this point, go ahead and it's 9:40. Go ahead and let us, go and have some fun until 10. Come back at 10. 10 is when everyone else who already knows how to do this will join us. And those of you who do not have Illustrator right now, please say yes, so that I know that you need to install Illustrator. So I believe there were quite a few, there was like 4 or 5 of you needed Illustrator. So if you need Illustrator because you do not have it, I need to see a yes, because that means that I need to show you how to do VDI. And some of you might have already set it up last night or the last couple of days when I send my email, which is ideal. So, and if you do not need it because you've got it, give me a no. So I need answers from everyone so I know where the situation is, what's happening. So no if you don't need it, and yes if you need it with, and you need a, yes if you need VDI, no if you're fine, you got Illustrator. All right, so Jill, you said you're going to try with a second one. Cool. Yuki, you already answered that you need it. Mina does not need it. Elisa does not need it. And Stan does not need it. So Stan, Elisa, and Mina, just go and take a break unless you want to hang out and see how to do this, because you can get to any other program that the school has. You're welcome to hang out, but you're free to go for the next 15 minutes or so. Everyone else needs to, so Liliana, Yuki, Mindy, and Jill, you said you're going to try it. And Chila, whenever you get to the library, if you're ready to do that, let me know. But meanwhile, I'm going to help you guys. So for those of you who do need VDI, I mean, one by one. Mindy, have you already tried to get into VDI? If not, did it work or not?
I read the instructions. I was a little confused. I've done the 2-factor authentication, I think.
Okay. All right.
When I first set up my pipeline, like the email.
Okay, great.
So
All
yeah,
right, you're in the process, but you did set the 2-factor authentication, you think. Okay, good.
I think the screen share will clear it all up when you screen share.
Yuki, how about you? What's your situation? Did you set up your 2-factor? Did you get into VDI or not? And if you're speaking to me, you're muted, so I can't hear you. Yuki?
Sorry.
I can hear you. Okay.
I don't have an Illustrator, but I got the VDI set up. I got to the shared drive.
Okay. Oh yeah, you emailed me. The shared drive didn't have anything in it yet, but you did the whole process, so you're good. So
Okay.
since you're good and you're ready to go, you may also take off.
All right.
Right. So you're good. Liliana.
I completed the 2-factor authentication, so that's
Okay.
the.
So we still need to get
point that
into
I'm in.
yeah. Okay, great. What else? Who else? Well, it's Chila who's not there, and then Jill. Did you ever set the 2-factor authentication, Jill?
I did. Right now I'm finally sort of in there through Firefox, and I've just opened the window that says VMware Horizon, and I'm waiting, and I hit the HTML button.
So then you're 6 steps ahead. Okay, that's great then. Good, good. You can stay there. In fact, it seems to me that people might be able to come in faster, because at this point, that means that we only need to work with a little bit more. So that's really good. I'm going to go ahead and then start sharing my screen, and I'm putting in a code in here. Let me share my screen. All right, so I'm sharing, opening Firefox. Here we go. I should probably do video in my other computer. Well, we'll see. All right, so here we are. Any browser, doesn't matter which browser at all. Go ahead and write vmview.sbcc.edu. And by the way, the only thing that matters, some of you guys, when you do that, you're filling it in the Google area. It has to be on the top in the place where you put an address. Just in case, I can also put this link into the chat. So there's the link in the chat. You can go ahead and put it in there. Now, for those of you who have two-factor authentication, you might have been taken first to SBCC, or you might be here. So right now, if the page dropped you into this page, then you need to choose this choice here. Click on this choice. But if you went instead to SBCC, that's where you need to put in your password and your two-factor authentication. I'm going to go ahead and click on this. And if you get to the link that I just put in the chat, you would get to this page. And when you click on this, then it takes you into the pipeline. And then in this pipeline, you put in your name and password. That's, you know, kind of regular like it's always been. And then when you try to log in, that's when you have to set up the code. And if it all worked and you did set up the two-factor authentication, then over here, you should pick up your phone. Ideally, you did it with your phone and not with email. Or if you did it with email, you need to go to your email and get a code. I just got a code here and I need to type that in. But if you didn't set it up, like if you didn't set up the two-factor authentication, then if this didn't happen, then that means you didn't set it up. So I can help you with that. So Mindy, how did that go with you? Did you get this?
I think I have to download the VMware Horizon client. Does that sound
Hold on.
the thing?
You didn't get to the multi-factor authentication though?
No, I clicked the same button that you clicked,
What did
but it didn't take me anywhere. And then there's a link below that says click here to download VMware Horizon.
Okay, you might have clicked on the left side. Go ahead and this is perfect. Share your screen.
Okay.
Meaning this is perfect that we did the share screen thing because this is the time when I can see where you're at.
Alright. Let's see.
Okay. It's the first share, the second share. All right. Okay, so now when you're in the right side of the button, go ahead and click on the link on not that one, just on the word VMware Horizon, just click, no, to the right where it says VMware Horizon, just click, there, that link. Perfect. And this is what you get in here. Now, looks like you did not set it up yet. So click on go to the account management page. No, up in the same, that one. Click on that. Okay, now head down to registered phones. Click on that one. Add new phone and then put in, you know what, I'm going to stop your share.
Okay.
So that we don't have to record your phone in there. Go ahead, put in your phone number.
Thanks.
And then I think you say okay. And
I got the code, I'll enter it.
You got the code.
Okay. It says phone enrollment successful.
Okay, good. So now if you want to share again, but now
Go back to that same link you just shared.
to that link and then share your screen if you want, and if not, just do it. And I mean, if what stopped you was the code. So now if you get it, you should be good.
See here.
Once you put in the code, I haven't showed you what to do next, so I'll keep going, but I want to make sure that you're in through so that part. Okay, great. Good. So you got in. So after you put in your code, you should be here. And all of the icons that are underneath you all have to ignore. And this is really important. BDI people tend to try to go to those that you see there because Illustrator is there, but that is not at all what we need. We need to go to the top one, the one that says Student Desktop. There you go, Student Desktop. Click on that one. No, on the left, no, that one. Yeah, that one. Click on Student Desktop right there. Perfect. And now this is going to take some time. This takes sometimes 30 seconds, 1 minute. Go ahead and say okay to that. Did you say okay to it?
Yeah, do
Oh.
I need to hit allow or left?
Yeah, say okay, allow, and then okay to that. Good. And now it's going to, I'm going to stop your share. It's going to take, that blue screen is going to sit there for a while. Now, when you're done, if it stays in full screen mode, then you can't see me. Then when you're done, you'll see a Windows computer is going to appear here. So for now, it's blue. This part takes sometimes even a whole minute or even a little bit more. Then to get out of full screen mode, you can hit your escape key again and then resize it to be on the side of the Zoom. But for now, just wait until you get. So who else was doing this? Yuki.
That was me.
Liliana.
Mhm.
Okay, so how's it going with you?
Not good.
All right, I'm
Um,
gonna just share your screen so I can see where you're at and how I can help you.
sure. Let's see. I don't. So I was going here, but it takes me to SBCC homepage.
Okay, so if you're in this Zoom homepage, you've got to put in your password. It would be much easier at this point if you can share your screen so that I can just see what's happening. Do you remember how to share your screen? The share button
Yeah.
twice. First the green one and then the blue one that appears in the bottom.
There's a yellow. Hold on. There was a yellow one.
It's the yellow one, but maybe colors are changing now. Tell me where you're at.
It doesn't give me the option to share it, which is weird. It says choose what to share with appzoom.us.
Okay,
It
what
says
computer?
Chrome.
Mac or PC?
It's
You're
a
in a
PC.
Chromebook? You're in a PC. And on Zoom, when you clicked on the share button, the green one with an up arrow, that share button,
Right.
is that what you clicked?
Yeah.
On Zoom. And then you have what came up?
So then it gives me an option of the entire screen. Oh, wait.
Yeah, good. So at the very bottom of that screen, you see there's the share. Perfect. Got it. It's working now. I'm beginning to see your
It was yellow, which was weird. Yeah.
yellow. Okay, well, there you go. Colors.
So, yeah,
right.
It took me to this.
Okay. So now let's go back
again
to, I don't see the VDI. So, have you know that you did set up your, hi, Cameron. Nice to meet you. Give me a second here. I'm helping someone through the steps of signing into VDI. So, did you set up your two-factor authentication already, supposedly?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So go ahead and right here in the click where you are, just write VM. Oh, that's the wrong. Yeah. So that you're typing it wrong. So go up at the top, not there where it says Google search, but in search Google, right there, put VM view, the word view, like vision, view.
Oh, okay.
View.sbcc.edu. Perfect.
Okay. Got it. Okay.
There we go. Now the right side of the two choices. Yeah, that one. Perfect. And now go down and put in the code that you probably just got. All right, Jill, yay on the blue screen. And Mindy, I assume you also have the blue screen. I got my blue screen. Just sit there for a minute. And now, cool. And now the top choice on the top left is student desktop. Click on student desktop. And cool. And now this is where you need to just wait it out until you get to the window. So I'm going to stop your share. Perfect.
And I allow that.
Yeah, and there where it says allow, and yeah, say allow, you have to allow all those things. All right. Hi, Cameron. How are you? So give me a little bit of 5 questions in a row. A, do you have Illustrator?
Yes.
Okay,
I have the VDI.
You have VDI. It's all set up. You're
Yes.
in it, and
Yes.
we're at the screen where we were just getting to. Okay, you're on top of it. Have you, go ahead and say, give me a yes. Do you know how to use the reactions buttons, the green check mark? Give me a yes on that. So that is on two things. And then that's a thumbs up, which disappears in 3 seconds.
You want a yes? Is there a
After
yes?
that is the yes, yeah. But when it's fine if you guys want to give me smiles and thumbs up and things like that, every now and then.
Oh, this the
Answers that stay are the yes and the no. Someone else is showing up, so let me let them in. It's the time for everyone else to show up, so that's good. We're right on time. Last thing, Cameron, are you, do you know how to share your screen?
yes.
Okay, perfect. You are on top of it. You got in at the right time. Sometimes people come in at this time and then they don't know one of those three and then I have to start again. So you're awesome. All right. Honoré or Honoree, how do you pronounce your name? Welcome. You just joined us.
It's Honoree.
Honoree. Okay, nice to meet you, Honoree. So, oops, where are you? Oh, there you go. All right, so Honoree, a couple of questions before we continue. I just got everyone kind of set up with Illustrator or VDI. Do you have Illustrator or?
I do have Illustrator.
You have it set up. Okay, great. And do you know how to share your screen?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Now I have a question, not a question, a request, and take it whichever way you want. But if you're in a situation where, you know, there's no people around you and noise and it's okay to turn on your video, it just makes such a difference to me to really teach people versus blocks. But I understand if the situation doesn't work out and turning on your video is uncomfortable for some reason or not, I'm not asking you to do that necessarily, but if you can, it helps me immensely because then I can really teach better, right? That's all. So don't feel pressured, but if you can, please do it. Thank you. All right. Now, I'm going to clear your answers because at this point, everyone seems to be ready. Mina, let me clarify with you. You had you had Illustrator, right? No, you were set up with VDI, right?
I have Illustrator.
Have Illustrator, okay. It was one of, all right, I know that everyone's set right now. Okay, good. So Vera just joined us. Hi, Vera. Nice to see you again. All right, so we are at the point, oh, Mindy, yes.
I just had a quick question. I went onto the college buys and I purchased the Adobe Illustrator subscription, and you had a note.
Creative Cloud or the Adobe Illustrator?
I guess it's the 6-month one, so it's the Creative Cloud
Okay, great.
version. And then you mentioned to don't set it up as a college account, but to set it up as like a personal account.
Well,
That,
hold on. When did you buy it? Did you get the instructions already?
yes, like a year or two ago, I got it. I tried to install it and I got to a certain screen and I just stopped because I was like, I don't know what she meant. So let me make sure.
Good point, because it actually changed. I need to change that because the last month, someone else told me about this. It doesn't say personal or school again. Now what it says is FCCC.
Yeah.
College. So you need to do FCCC. And FCCC is the Foundation for California City Community Colleges, which is the foundation through which you purchased it. So it's an account, but you need to click FCCC.
Foundation for California Colleges. Okay.
That's the.
Can I screen share and just show you real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
So guys, hi Vera. Now, go ahead and screen share. So, yeah. So, FCCC, Santa Barbara City College, FCCC, California.
First one.
That is confusing. That's the first time I've seen. Huh.
I was gonna pick this one, but then I was like not sure what this
I've
meant.
never seen this. I'm gonna screenshot this because this is new. All right, I'm torn. Hold on. Can you open the email with the instructions they gave you? Because it used to say just Santa Barbara City College or FCCC. And so this is anyone who purchases this through the with the price point that I gave you through the instructions I gave you, it's much cheaper than purchasing for real, but you need to, okay, so admin, sign into Adobe, get started. Please sign out and get back into use, sign into Adobe. Okay, go ahead and, so I thought they also sent you one that had instructions. You don't seem to get the one that, where's your download instructions? The next one, go down. One more down, that one. There we go. All right, so read all the steps. Due to the changes, strongly recommends. Okay, keep going, keep going. If you already have access, what you purchased, keep going, welcome. And then that is basically telling you to a page asking you to put in your password, complete your account. If you see the prompt below, choose personal and going to the bottom. And then, see, that's the old instructions, personal. That doesn't say that anymore, right? This is where you're at. Company or school account, go. It never asked you personal. This is what it used to ask you. Keep going and see if there's something more right below that. And here, welcome to FCCC. Okay, so keep going, 1, 2. You'll be chosen FCCC profile to get access. Select profile, keep going, keep going. And then there's the.
This is saying FCC.
Okay, good. That's it. So go and choose FCCC.
Okay.
There we go.
Oh.
Maybe, did you start it before? You need to start it again.
Okay. All right. I'll go through that process. Okay. I'll work on that. I'll unshare.
And the email you need to put in here, remember, is the pipeline email address. That's the most important part. So where it says email address, you need to put in your pipeline email address, which is username@pipeline.sbcc.edu.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so put that one in. Then you'll be taken to City College. You'll put in your password. Then you'll come back here, and then you'll choose FCCC.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
I'll let you do that. And if you get stuck on something, let me know. So guys, if you choose to purchase it, the process of installing is a bit more complicated than just buying it, because they need to check that you're a student. Once they check that you're a student, they send to your pipeline account the instructions that she just got, and then you need to follow those steps. Once it's all installed, it's the regular application just like everyone else gets, but the instructions to get it are pretty persnickety, as you saw. And if you don't do it exactly right, then it's a mess, because you have to go to the tech support, and they have a really hard time figuring out what you're doing, because most people don't buy it this way. But anyway, okay. So for those of you who are on VDI, we're almost done here. But for those of you who were on VDI, when you got to this page, you got to this thing, and ideally you got to this place that says welcome to Google Drive. Did you get that one, Jill? Mindy got it. Jill, did you get that? Who else is on VDI? I need a reminder again. Liliana, you got that one?
I don't think. Sorry.
Vince is here. Someone else just joined us. Someone called Mickey just joined us. Hi, Mickey. Let
Hello.
me. Hi. Sorry, I'm a little bit distracted. Let me go ahead. I'm looking at the roster. Mickey, what is your name? Full name, first
My
and last.
full name is Michael Yang.
Michael Yang. Oh, there you go. Oh yeah. We emailed last night. Okay, great. Yep. Do you know how to add your last name? Do you know how to rename yourself, or should I add Yang to?
I can rename myself, no worries.
Go ahead. It's fine to write what you want to be called. The first part is fine, but I need your last name. All right. So, oh yay, there you go, Jill. You've been able to share your screen and all. Awesome. So cool. That's good. That's something you haven't been able to do last time. So awesome. All right, great. So Michael, just to clarify, you do have Illustrator, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you're all good to go. And Moni, hi, nice to see you. And Shelly, hi, nice to see you guys. So at this time, some of the people who I've already been in my classes, are joining, so they know all the steps, so that's good. So I'm going to share again the final step for VDI people, which is just that you need to sign in to Google Drive. So where it says welcome to Google Drive, go ahead and say get started. This is for VDI people only, which I have about 4 of you guys on VDI. When you say sign in to get started, this is where people get confused. You need to sign in using your pipeline. Always, always, always your pipeline account. We're accessing the school pipeline account. So it's your username. This happens to be my username at pipeline.sbcc.edu. Okay. So you need, this is the entire way in which we write your school email. All right. Cool. Then we'll say next. Hey, Shelly, I'm letting you in on the other one. And then after, it makes you jump through a ton of different things. So go ahead and make sure you downloaded this app and all of that. You don't need this anymore. You can just close out of this. Click. And then it says to continue, finish signing in. And it takes a little bit longer here. I don't think it wants you to go back. Maybe I needed to go back in again. Okay, so maybe I should have, there we go. Maybe I didn't need to say sign in here again. There, it's the second sign in, then you can close it. So when it says success, you've signed into Google Drive, then you can turn this off. And on VDI, we need Google Drive because that's where we're going to put in all your files for VDI people. All right, now this is where you can ignore. You can just click on this and get rid of it. And just say quit. You don't need this at all. Just say quit and that is good. And this is where you should be. Okay, if VDI people, once you get the Google Drive connected, you should see this little Google Drive thing there on the bottom right on the taskbar, or if I click on this little arrow, you should see it right there. That means that your Google Drive is all set up and running. Okay, so this little tiny arrow here, if that's colorful and looking good, and if you click on it, you'll see this little thing connected to pipeline. That's it. That means that you're all connected to Google Drive. If so, you're good to go. And I'm going to stop my share for a minute because, well, one last thing, you need to open Illustrator. So if you guys, everyone knows how to open Illustrator, just do it. But if you've never used VDI before and you're a Mac person, this might be confusing to you because this is a Windows machine. So on VDI, we'll go over here to this little start button on the left side. And then over here, you have all of your Adobe choices and one will be Adobe Illustrator. So we'll click on that one. And once it opens up, again on VDI, you'll be asked to sign in to Adobe. I won't have that because I'm already signed in, but it'll ask you sign into Adobe Creative Cloud. You again need to put in your school entire username at pipeline.sbcc.edu. Okay, so once you do all of that, then you'll be ready to go. And as you can see, Illustrator is opening up, but it's going to take a while. So I'm going to stop my share. This is when those of you who've never opened it through VDI before are going to ask to sign in to Adobe. So I'm going to leave that there and I'm going to let you guys, I'm going to stop for a minute here and I'm going to get a not a head count, but I'm going to clear all your feedback. And now that I want to hear at this point, some of you just joined us, so you didn't hear everything I've been saying before, but right now, all that matters is if you have Illustrator up and ready to go, because it's yours or through VDI, I need a yes. And a yes, especially those of you just joined us, means going to the reactions buttons and giving me a green check mark. So Honoree, you just joined us. The thumbs up is going to disappear. There you go. You found the check mark. Yeah. So Mickey, the check mark, Liliana, Mina, Yuki, everyone who has Illustrator up and running and ready to go, which I believe should be almost, oh, Liliana. Yeah. So what's up? How can I help you? Where did you get stuck?
It's initializing.
Oh, okay. Because that was the Yeah, because I had gotten you all the way to there and then you had to get into Windows. Okay, so let me know when you got it.
Okay.
All right, cool. Let me see, Carlos is joining us. And Stan, you're in. Jill, how are you doing? Were you able to get into Illustrator through VDI? I can't hear you. You're muted.
I'm just signing in right now.
Okay.
Finally.
Yay, awesome. Well, let me
Yay.
know when you're there. And Carlos, hi, nice to see you. It's been years. So nice to see you again. I love it when people come back after, probably before the pandemic, since I've seen you in class, right, Carlos? Or through the pandemic at the beginning. Vince, I see you also at school. Vince, actually, are you at school? Because I thought, Vince, you were going to be, oh, Vince, where did you go? He just dropped out. Vince. Ah, I think he was at school. And I'm saying that, Chila, because this is also going to be, there he is again. He's going to be joining us from the library, which is what you're doing. And I think I saw the library in the background. But anyway, Chila, did you make it to the library? Are you there now?
No, I'm at the West Campus credit classes campus. Because it's closer to where I am. I'm going to go to the public library and bring my Mac laptop so I can have this Santa Barbara Public Library computer and my computer, so I'll have the two screens.
Okay, awesome. And they let you stay on the computer for, all morning? I know that when I've been there in the past, they have like an hour limit. You'll be fine. You'll be able to stay for
Yeah, there's an hour limit, but if anybody shows up and all of the computers are taken, then I will have to take a break.
Then you can continue with your Mac too, also though.
Yes. But I'm also going to work on getting a PC from one of the programs that I'm in for the credit classes, and that way that'll help.
Okay, good. You're awesome. You're figuring it out. Vince, I know your situation. So hi, by the way, nice to see you. And Carlos, I know you have Illustrator, right? You're all set up or not? You're muted, so I can't hear you. You have the Illustrator connection, the applications, or do you need to download, or you do need to go
No, I have one, but it's don't work right now. Sorry.
Uh-oh, why is it not working? What's happening? Like, it's not, the subscription ended or?
No, it's not open. I don't know why.
Well, keep in touch. I'm gonna have everyone begin to download the class files and then we'll see what's happening. Hi, Eugenia. Nice to see you. All right, lots of people that I know from before and lots of new people. I love it. We're ready to go, guys. Eugenia, you know how to get into all of it, right? You have the applications, your
Illustrator. Yeah, is it working my audio? Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I was trying to do that. That's why I came late. I opened everything.
You opened everything. Okay, you're good. All right, Eugenia is from Argentina, like me. I haven't really done the official introductions, you guys, but now that I have a few seconds, because we need to get jumping in. Hi, I'm Diana Musacchio. I'm originally from Argentina, which is why I was saying that Eugenia and I have been teaching all of this stuff at City College for eons, way too long. I think the other day we figured it was like 27 years or something like that. I don't know, it's a ridiculous amount, basically, since I left college. Oh, before I left college, in fact, I was already teaching. I have a couple of things that I want y'all to know. Some of you already have been in my classes. The most important thing, especially see how many we are, is to communicate with me instantly when something doesn't work. So once we get going with this, and you start, I show you something and you do it, and I show you and you do it, at some point you're going to get stuck. It's not going to work. It's going to go awry. You can't find the button, whatever it might be, or you have just, something you want to do differently. So instantly, that's when you need to let me know. first of all, I will all the time be saying, okay, if this worked for you, give me a yes. If this didn't work, give me a no. I'll be saying that all the time. And everyone has to give me a yes or a no. If 3 people don't say yes or no, I'm going to stop and I go, hey, that person, how can I help you? Or hey, that person. And you're like, oh, I just didn't turn it on or off. But that takes time. So please say yes or no, unless you really can't find the yes or no or something and you're stuck. Then I will, then that's fine. You can verbally say yes or no a few times until you find it. But especially if I can't see you, if you have your block on instead of your video, I won't know what's happening in the background, right? So if you're looking puzzled and I can see you, I know that you need help. But if I can't see you, you need to communicate with me. So the yes or no's are really important. I believe I've tested everyone on that, and everyone that's here now knows how to do the yeses or no's. The next thing is the raised hand. Whenever you have a question, if I'm doing something and right there you don't understand, and just speak up and say, hey, can you show me that again? That's fine. But if say you have another whole question about something and you usually want to ask me, just raise your hand, the visual, the reactions buttons hand. So everyone go ahead and try that. I haven't tested that out. Everyone raise your hand to make sure everyone knows how to do it. Raise your virtual hands. And what you're seeing is that you are changing order. The first person who raised their hand goes to the top left, and so on and so forth. So then I will answer in order of raised hands. I'm going to start from the top left and I'll go, yes, Moni, then yes, Chayla, and everything like that. So once you're done speaking, I'll lower your hand, and then after that, we'll continue. So please raise your hands whenever you need to. Say no when you're not getting it. And we've tested this with everyone already, except for the last few people who showed up. When you're explaining something that I can't understand, the first thing I'll say is, okay, share your screen. I'll look at it. We'll work through it in a couple of seconds and we continue. So I don't want anyone to hesitate at sharing their screen, because it is truly the best way to keep the class going faster and together. Okay. So if everyone commits to sharing the screen when I tell you how to share your screen, give me a yes. Like no hesitation, like, okay, yeah, I'll do it. That's the yes I want. Some people think it slows down the class. Nope. I assure you it makes it faster. All right, so I have a lot of yeses there. Miki, I haven't heard from you. Carlos, it's been a while. Do you remember how to share your screen? When we get around to it, I'll test you. Yeah, it's okay. I want to continue with the class because I know it's been a while. So hang in there. Carlos is from Brazil. Are you here now or are you in Brazil right now?
No, I am from Brazil. And sorry about my English is very bad right now. I deteriorate. Sorry.
Carlos goes back and forth from Brazil, and I never know where he's attending from. That's okay. He's an illustrator, a hand illustrator. He is an amazing cartoonist and has books, cartoon books. But he's in this class because now he wanted to learn how to. He makes them. He's been in ink for years, and now he's doing them with Illustrator. So every now and then he needs to refresh some skills. So anyway, that's. So I know that since you haven't been here for a while, you might be a little bit needing some support with the sharing. That's okay. I'll do that when necessary. Okay. All right, guys, we're ready to get going. Everyone has Illustrator. I have both Mac and PC Illustrator, just so you know, open, so that whenever you need one or the other, I'll be able to demo with that. But ultimately, they are the same, okay? Mac and PC doesn't make much of a difference except for some shortcuts. So whenever I need us to work with that, the difference is I'll be calling it out. I'll be telling you if it's a Mac or which one you need to do. But now and then there might be a little bit of a difference between a Mac and PC on just a couple of things, and then I'll be able to demo that with you and either one. All right, I'm going to share my screen. If you've never opened Illustrator before, you're going to get this whole like welcome kind of things. So here we are. This is my Mac version right now. And many differences between Mac and PC. Over here, it says new file on the top, and on the PC, it'll say it on the bottom, little things like that, but completely unimportant, so to say, as far as that. But if you have a bit welcome what's new tool, just go to the top left and click, close that box up. And then you can continue that way. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna click on new file. And we're gonna get this window that says new document. I forgot one more thing when I was doing it. I got distracted, but I have to show you where the handouts and all of that are, but I'm gonna do that a little bit later. Right now, we'll just start with Illustrator, and then after the break, I'll show you a few more things of where to find the handouts and files and things like that. For now, I just want to get going with Illustrator. Those of you who just joined us later, hopefully you've gone through the process of moving me a little bit to the corner. You should have Illustrator open on your side too, and you should be seeing me and you should be doing, okay? So this class is like constant, I do, you do, and then we keep going. Yes, Moni, what's the question?
So just, I went in to look at the files, and I don't have access to Illustrator shared folder, just so you know. So I don't know if anybody else is going to have that issue, but I wasn't able to access it.
I don't have it either.
Okay, so you had mentioned that, and I said it would be ready by this morning, but it looks like it might have not yet clicked in. So let me go and check on that again. Thanks for telling me that. Let me. So thanks for that. Give me a sec. I will end up. I need to hop in to the drive. I might have put in the wrong. I have to give access to the cloud, to the group, and I might have typed in the number wrong. Numbers. Oh, I gave access to the people from the last class and not to this one. Sorry. There you go. All right. So don't worry. After break, I'll go there. But you were right. The access was given to the wrong group of students. So now those of you who know how to get it, you have it. But just hang in there. Everyone else will get there. Thanks for pointing that out. You, Vicky, had mentioned it, and I was like, oh, it'll be fine. So thanks, Moni, for mentioning that again. Okay, cool. So Illustrator is a program of all the different programs that Adobe has. Illustrator is where you get to create from scratch vector files. Now, vector files are the opposite, if you want, of pixel raster files, which is what we do in Photoshop. Illustrator has the capacity. What a vector file gives you is the capacity to create something that will be will maintain the same qualities no matter what size you make it. So some of you guys have done Photoshop, not so many have done Illustrator, and the main difference is, if you know it all about Photoshop, is that you're limited to making things the size in which that original image was taken. You have some limitations, but there's no limitations with Illustrator in that you can actually make something stamp size and then turn it into the size of a mural or vice versa. So it's really just internal computer calculations that make that line happen, that color fill happen. So it's the best way to create images that also will be much smaller as far as a file size is than anything that's pixel based. So sometimes there's questions about when should I use one, when should I use another. So we'll work on those choices and reasonings later. Right now, all we have in front of us is this window that is asking us, well, what do you want to do? What are you interested in doing? And at the very top, there's choices. And if I click on these different choices, the settings here, the presets will change. So let me show you. If I click on mobile, then over here, it'll tell me something measured in pixels. It'll tell me the color mode would be RGB. it'll give me settings that are ready to go for this file based on it being on a screen. Same with web. If I click on web, it still says pixels, but it gave me a different initial setting for what the website will be. Now let's completely change that and head over to print. And if I click on print, you might notice that over here, now the sizing has changed from pixels to points. It's telling me 612 PT, which is points. And if you go down here to color mode, it says CMYK. Now it has raster effects 300 BPI. A lot of these things might sound really confusing to you right now if you've never seen them, but I'm just trying to show you that depending on the medium that you want your output to be, the thing that is going to hold your illustration, be it paper, be it a screen, the way you set up your file from the very beginning is going to be a little bit different. Now, the one that needs the most, you can change this, by the way, later, but it's always good to have an idea at first where things are going to go. And it occurs to me that for the most part, if you create, say, a logo, it'll probably both be printed and go to be on a screen. So a lot of the times what you create is going to be having to function in different ways. But depending on that, the only big difference is going to be the color. And we're going to talk a lot about color later, but the colors that you see in one color mode, which is CMYK, or the other one, which is RGB, is going to change how things look. Notice that I tried to change RGB and I'm getting a warning saying, if you're going to print, you shouldn't be doing RGB. RGB stands for red, green, and blue, which are colors of light, which is what the screen uses, versus CMYK stands for cyan, magenta, yellow, and black, which are colors of ink, which is what you need when you print something on paper or on most mediums other than fabric, right? So CMYK works with print versus for screen is what we'll get for RGB. So we'll detail much more of this later. Right now, let's head over to print because there's another change. Most people have no idea what a point size means. And since we're not all graphic designers and we don't really need to know that, I'm going to change that. I'm going to click on the word points. And these are all different measurement styles. And for those of us who come from logical places in the world where we use centimeters, I'm seeing a lot of us here, that would be ideal. But since we are in this country of the United States of America, which for some unfathomable reason uses inches, we are going to switch to inches. And that was one of the hardest things I had to learn when I came into this country as a designer, is to figure out inches. All right, so as soon as you change to inches, you discover that this is saying 8.5 by 11, which is basically letter size, right? So yes, this was also letter size in pixels or letter size in points, but we're gonna switch it to inches so that it makes sense to us. Instead of 8.5 by 11, let's change this size. Let's go to a very generic square. So I'm gonna go 5, and then I'm gonna go 5 here again, and you can do that by clicking in each one, or you can hit the tab key to go from one to the other. So we're going to go with a square, 5 by 5. And we'll talk about artboards later, but we're going to start with just one artboard. So we're not going to change anything else yet. There's a lot of other stuff that we'll be learning. But right now, all I want is a 5 by 5 inches document, one artboard, and then let's say create. And you'll end up with a white box, which is our beginning artboard. Now, you might not see the screen the same as me, and I'll show you in a minute why and how come and what we need to do. But for now, if you got your 5 by 5 white box and everything is good, then give me a yes. And I'm going to use a few seconds now while I'm getting a lot of yeses to ask you. Let me see, everyone's good with that. Carlos, you're giving me a thumbs up, but notice that at the same place where you have a thumbs up, you can also choose the green, red circle with a check mark. Perfect, there we go. So everyone give me a thumbs up if you've got your document. This is mainly to make sure that your illustrators are up and running. So Liliana, Stan, Anyone else who hasn't answered, I just want to make sure that it's working for everyone. Liliana, okay, so are you still stuck a little bit on the Illustrator not opening up, Liliana?
No, I got to change the size of the page to 5 inches, and then I hit create, but it gave me a gray
It gave you what?
a gray colored document.
And this is the first time you've used Illustrator?
Yes.
That's interesting. Go ahead and share your screen because I want to make sure you're in the right spot. And if not, I'll see why. Because since it's your first time and we're trying to figure things out, let me just see what that could be. I mean, because you can change the base of your color of your background, but I doubt you've done that. So I just need to look and see what might be happening there. Okay, so you're in the artboard, so that's fine. So go ahead and you're on a PC. Go ahead and hold the control key and then tap the number 0. Hold the control key down and there you go. So you were in the pasteboard. We're going to talk about that in a minute, but cool. Guys, you see how quick that was? She would have never been able to explain where she was and I would have never understood. But just by seeing it, it took 1 second. So if you ever needed to be convinced that sharing is the best way to go, now you have it, right? Now you see what I'm talking about. All right. Okay, so I'm seeing yeses from just about everyone else. Jill, yes. What's up? Yeah, you're
right. Okay, so I guess I should share my screen with you.
Go for it. This is just the first check-in to make sure that it's all basically working. Okay.
Well, I'm not able to get the settings.
Share the screen.
Where? Okay, hold on.
Right now, your whole window might look different than mine. We'll talk about the workspaces. So
okay, I have that.
Hit the new file.
Where?
On the top left is a blue button.
Oh, new file.
File there.
Hold on.
Yeah, and then go over to where it says points on the, go into the top and choose print. So it says recent, saved, mobile, web, go up, 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 your mouse up, 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 up.
Where am I going? Say it again.
Where it says recent, right above you, half 1 inch above
Here?
you.
Here?
And now to the right, go over to the word print. Save, mobile, web, print. Click on print.
Oh, God. Okay.
Perfect.
And then let, or do I set it first?
Far right side, yeah. Under points, change it to inches. Go, oh, no, you were fine on the right side. Yeah, click on that and put inches.
Oh my God. Okay.
And then put in a 5 by 5. Don't worry. Once you're done with that, just hit the create at the bottom and we're good to go.
Ah, okay, thank you.
That's all right. Okay, so guys, I'm gonna clear your answers. And the next thing I need to know that I did forget to do at the beginning was I need a yes if you've used Illustrator before, and no if you've never used Illustrator. Just a quick gander. And if you have used Illustrator but know basically nothing, you can say no. But if you know a little bit more than nothing, then say yes. Like the layout of the stuff and you know how to move around a little bit, then give me a yes. Doesn't need to be good at it, just whether you've never used it versus used it a lot. Doesn't matter right now. So, okay, not getting answers from everyone yet, but I'm seeing a combination of greens and reds. So here's the thing. When you have used it before, the very first day, which is today, will seem a little bit slow and I'm like getting people onto it. I assure you it's gonna work well. We're all gonna work at different levels and it's gonna work. But the first little bit is going to be a bit like, oh, well, I know how we're going to file. Why are we doing so long, taking so long on this? But I will be always explaining things at a different level where if you know what I'm talking about, you'll get more out of it. And if this is very new to you, then you'll just focus on the basics and you'll all get a ton out of it. Now, if you have used this before, one thing I always want to encourage you is that when I'm demonstrating something and I'm supporting someone who's doing it for the first time, don't just sit there and do nothing. I'm more than happy to have you guys create more artboards, for example, or another file, and then go and do of what we're talking about, do more. Because if someone's making a circle and you know how to make a circle, go ahead and do, you know, a teddy bear with a circle or whatever. What I'm trying to say is keep working at it, because that's when you'll have questions. Push yourself to try something different when I'm showing the basics, because then you can go back with a question. And if your question is of something that's in the same subject of what we're doing, but more advanced, I'll still support you and help you. Just don't go off and do something so different that then I'm basically not teaching the same thing, right? But if we're talking about the basic shapes, go for work with other basic shapes and stuff like that. And then we're going to have a place where we're going to post all of our work, and then you're welcome to, I would love to see the other work that you're doing, so I can support you in that too. So that'll come a bit later after break. I'm going to show you what we're going to do. So I'm going to share this screen again. And right now, the most important thing we can do is equalize our screens. What I mean by that is that all of our screens are going to have a different setting depending on whether you have used it before or not, because the workspaces change. And on the far right, way over here of our screen, top right of your Illustrator, there's a rectangular box that if you click, oh, on the Mac, you can't see the choices. So I'm going to go ahead and show you on the PC, yeah, so hold on. I need to show you this on a PC. One of the things that the Mac is not good, the Zoom is not good at, is it's not good at, not this one, sorry, this one. I apologize. Did I drop out of my VDI? Shoot, I think I did. I haven't used the VDI for a little bit, so I dropped out of it. Okay, I'm gonna have to connect again to that. Whenever I show the windows that are on the corners on the PC, it shows all the menu, and on the Mac it doesn't, and that's why I'm having to change. Let me change my share and share this one with you. Okay, so really quickly, new file, print, inches, 5 by 5. Okay. VDI works a little bit slower than my computer, so it's happening. Come on. Okay, so the first time you use it, you're going to have all of these there, so just ignore. Maybe later, or close out of all these things that it's trying to teach you. Okay, so this is the box that I was talking about. On the Mac is way on the far right. On the PC, you have these little buttons you want to ignore, and that's the box. And when you click on here, you'll see that this is the one that on the Mac isn't showing well, so I had to switch to the PC version. These are all different workspaces. Now, what I mean by workspaces, watch. If I click on this here, see how all my screen seems to have changed tremendously. When I click on this and say painting, then things will change again. What's happening is that Illustrator can do bazillions of things, and it can only bring out so many tools at the same time. And so if you know that you're going to be working on, say, typography, and you choose the workspace for typography, then you get at the top of your finger, so right in there, you get all of the typography tools. If you know you're going to be doing some web design, you do on that, and you get tools for web design, and so on and so forth. So you're going to want to change these. Most of you guys at the start should be in Essentials. Notice that Essentials is pretty empty. It's actually the one that has almost nothing. We're going to be switching some of these workspaces later. We're going to start with Essentials to start with. It's a great beginning version. Many times I'll have you switch to Essentials Classic or to others that have more information. But for now, we'll stay in Essentials. But if you weren't in Essentials, switch back to Essentials, because I know quite a few of you have taken this class before and you might have been in something else. And then the next thing you need to do is go to Reset Essentials. This is for anyone who's already used Illustrator. We're going to reset Essentials so that it goes back to the basic settings of essentials. Okay, so you do essentials and then you say reset essentials, and then we'll be right here. So that we can all know that we're starting at the same with the same tools. Oh, Kenya, yes.
I'm using this is my first time with a new computer. It's an Apple. So the lettering all is extremely tiny, so I cannot even find that essentials.
Oh, well, you might need to change your, I can help you later after class day a little bit, and I'll help you change maybe the, anyway, work with you on the fact that it's small. But on the you can't see even these shapes. Is that how small it is?
They are like, seems to be behind everything. There is one shape only.
Go ahead and share your screen so I can see what you're talking about.
Okay.
All right, so if everyone got their essentials set up. By the way, I'm looking at the chat and I'm seeing what you mean. Henri, you wrote about explanations. Yeah, and then Elisa, you're also from Brazil. There you go. But you're here, or you're in Brazil. I'm waiting for you to share your screen.
Yeah, I don't know what.
Share. So share button, the green button first, and then the second share.
Yeah, I did, but it's asking me.
Oh, it's your first time. Yeah.
Yes.
So we went through that at the very beginning. It'll say go to screen settings, open setting preferences, say okay to that.
Settings, it's okay, I'll do it later.
No, you, okay. Just.
I am in privacy and security.
Okay, so now click on the little bubble that's on the right of the word Zoom. There's a zoom and it's a gray bubble on the right side. Click on it to turn it blue, and then it'll ask you for your computer password.
Where is it?
Well,
yeah, I was doing that and it went away.
Settings, right? You opened your settings?
Yeah, no, but it's gone. They're gone. It's fine.
You know what? We did this with everyone at the beginning of class, so I'll work with you during.
Let me see if I can do it.
Oh, there you go. You're sharing.
There.
All right, so I see what you mean. You have your,
it's tiny.
Yeah, it's a bit weird. It's not that it's tiny. You have a couple of other things going on here. So at the very, very top,
it's extremely tiny.
Yeah, but
and there's only this.
You're in a very different mode here. So yeah, it's not about it being tiny. You're in the yeah, go ahead and those are the close, open. You're in VDI.
Yes, for this day I am in VDI.
Oh, you're in a Mac. I was thinking you were on a Mac, and that's why
No, I am on a Mac but I bought the computer and I bought the what is it? The program, the
that's
app.
fine.
But I haven't downloaded yet, so today I am in VDI.
Let me tell you what to do. Go over to the left side then. And then all those, the very far end to the right, it says window. Yeah, click on window. Yeah, and then go down to workspace, which is like 5 down. No, like 5 down, that one. And then on the right side, go to essentials, and then down at the bottom, say reset essentials. Down, 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 the bottom, that one more. There we go. So that should be reset essentials. But yeah, you need to make your window a little bit wider because yeah, you've got some weird, your window seems to be over your tools.
Yeah, that never happened before, so I don't, this is my first time with an Apple, so I don't know if it has to do with Apple or.
It has to do with Apple. This is VDI. So you might have the window, go to the top where you just clicked on window.
Yeah.
Your window again. Go down to arrange and then go say, no, tile is there. Just say float in window for a second and then we'll change it, the top one, float in window. Okay, and now go back and say tile. This window here, hold on. The file name, go to the file name, which is a little bit lower. Yeah, a little bit, no. Move out of that. Yeah, now. Yeah, so right under where it says window and all that, there's the file name. It's down. One little bit,
Down.
mouse down, yeah.
Oh, this
yeah.
file name.
Right, click and drag that in a little bit. There you go. So yeah, something's weird. It's like all your tools are being, I think you should probably reset your VDI. This is really not a Illustrator thing because everything.
Is there a shortcut for maybe the lettering that is because it's tiny? That maybe it has to do with that is so tiny
I'll
that.
help you just keep going. I'll help you during break. Do what
Okay.
you go back to window and say arrange again and put it back normal because yeah, you don't even have the basic setup of tools, so it's so bizarre. Did you? I have a feeling that maybe you opened the wrong Illustrator.
Oh.
Yeah, I know what happened. You opened the wrong Illustrator in VDI. Do what you can during break. I'll help you because I want to keep going with it.
Okay.
I think we need to reset the VDI that you opened instead of doing the student desktop. You opened another one. That's not good. All right. Because yeah, with that one, you won't be able to have the tools we need. It's not the Illustrator we need to use. Okay. Thanks everyone. Let me head back to the screen and back to this one. So I have one on top of the other, Mac and PC. Okay. So on the left side, we have our main set of tools and there's the top left arrow. I'm gonna so you guys can see. Hold on. Trying to make sure that it's not confusing to see a bunch of different things. All right. And let me close I'm just setting it up so it's easier for you guys to see what's happening. Okay. So on the left side, we have two arrows. We're going to call this one the black arrow and the white arrow, but it's basically a selection tool and the direct selection tool. These two are truly important tools that are going to be, imagine like our hands, right? And so we're going to be using these a lot. We're going to be using a lot of these tools. And what happens is that sometimes you need to grab one really quickly. And the best thing you can do, other than going out to grab it, if you need something and clicking on it, of course, is one way to grab it. But another way is to use your keyboard. So like that top letter, the top black arrow, if you look at this little animation that comes here trying to teach us something, ignore the animation, but notice that in here it says this is the selection tool. It gives me the name. It's a selection tool, and then there's a V right there. That V is a keyboard key that we're going to use to access this tool, and we're going to use this a lot. The white one, on the other hand, when I hover over it, it's the direct selection tool, and the letter A is what we use. You go to the pen tool, it's the letter P. So many of these are pretty obvious. Let me show you how that works. I'm going to click right now on the Z, for example, the Z on my keyboard. And what got chosen is the zoom tool. Now I'm going to do the T for type. And I hit the T and see how the T got selected. I'm not clicking it ahead of time. I'm just clicking on the keyboard. Now I'm going to go to the V again, and that's my selection tool. That's going to be really important when we're inside of working with stuff. You don't need to remember them yet. I'll be calling them out and telling you. But if it becomes second nature to you to grab the tools this way, the B for brush, there goes the brush, then things kind of work better because then you don't have to leave your shape. We'll see why. But right now, just click some of those letters around. And if you don't know which one it is, hover over it. And then it'll give you the name and you'll see that the eraser, and in this case, the eraser has Shift E. We're not going to use the eraser much, so don't worry about this one, but just notice that that's how these things work. Okay. Now, when you want to create a basic shape, the fourth tool down, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tool down is this one here that's called the rectangle, but it used to be called the marquee tool, which is why the key for the rectangle is M. The keyboard stroke is M because they changed the name. So let's all choose the rectangle. And before we do anything else here, we're going to head over here to the properties area. And what I mean by properties is at this side of the screen, we're going to have a panel called properties. That's going to change all the time based on what tool I am using and what things I can do with it. So say that I'm on the selection tool, see how all of the choices here kind of changed. And then when I went to if I go to the P for pen tool, I get other choices. If I go to the zoom tool, for example, nothing else seems to have happened because the zoom, all it does is go in and out. But this will be changing depending on the tool we're using. When we go to the rectangle tool, now let's put our mouse on the screen and let's do a click and drag. And when you do a click and drag, you'll get a box. Now, when I say that, I'm aware that a lot of you guys, instead of clicking and drag, might have just clicked. If you just clicked, you'll see this box that says rectangle that appears. Just say cancel. For now, we're not going to do things with numbers. For now, we're going to just click and drag this tool. Okay? And when you click and drag, here we have our first object. These things are called objects. It just looks like this boring old box. But if you actually notice on the down over here, and this is what's different for people who have used Illustrator before, there's a bunch of stuff here that didn't exist before. Right now, I'm going to go ahead and have us go to this right side where it says text to vector graphics, and we're going to like click on this arrow to minimize that, okay? So over there, text to vector graphic, there's this arrow pointing down. We're gonna close that. Now, when, if your computer is showing you something a little bit different, it could be that you have a different version of Illustrator for one reason or another, and you can't find it, then please let me know, okay? Right now, all we're gonna do is we're gonna close a text to vector graphic. That's the new artificial intelligence that they're putting in the applications. We'll use that later. But what I wanted right now is to get to the appearance panel. And in the appearance panel, this is telling me that this is filled with white and that it has a black stroke. The word stroke is equivalent to like border. So I'm going to click on the fill first, and I get all of these different choices. Let's choose any of these to fill it with. I don't care which. I'm going to go with bright green to make it very obvious. And the fill of my object has changed color. These are the appearance properties of my object. And then underneath, I have a stroke. It's so thin that we barely see it. So just for the purpose of seeing it better, we're going to hit over here, and it's telling me that it's 1 point. 1 point, remember points when you write in 12 points Times New Roman? So 12 points is about yay big. 1 point is really tiny. So I'm going to click on this arrow. Let's go ahead and exaggerate. Let's make this be a 9 point so that you can really see this border or this stroke. And then let's change the color of it. Let's go here to the color. And then we're going to give it another color. Anything except for blue. Don't give it a blue. So right now I'm going to give it like a bright orange kind of thing. So right now I have an object that I've created that has a fill, a green fill. It's a fully opaque solid fill and a solid stroke. That's a very fat stroke. That's 9 points. So that's the shape that we just created. Now, my tool, my mouse, is still on rectangle. So if I try to, do anything else, all I'm going to do right now is make more rectangles. As I clicking and dragging, I'm going to make more of the exact same thing. The appearance that you set carries over to anything else that you do. Until you change the appearance, you will always be making whatever else you make will look exactly the same. Now, if I just click, which is what I told you at the beginning not to do, then this thing appears over here, and it's asking me what exact size do you want this to be. So say that I write, I want a 1, and then I hit the tab to the next one, and 1 by 1, then I say okay. So that's creating a shape with exact measurements. Most of the times you're just going to click and drag to create whatever shape size you want. But if you know exactly what you want, then you do a single click and you put in the numbers. Maybe you want a 0.5 by 3, and then you say okay, and there you get your 0.5 by 3. Now, right now, in the old illustrators, you couldn't pick this up. You only could just write. But in the newer Illustrator, after you've done these, your mouse right now, if you want to right now, see that it has like a cross how do you call it? Little cross, whatever. It's like a little cross at my mouth. Anytime I have that cross, that means I'm going to create another one. So if I want to move this one, pick it up and move it, I'm not going to. I'm just going to make another one. I'm like, I just wanted to move this, and I tried to pick and drag. Oh, I ended up making another rectangle. So the only one that you can move right now is the one that you just made. If you just made one, is to change to the selection tool, because you're in the make rectangles tool. You're going to keep making rectangles tools forever. So let's change the selection tool. Who remembers the shortcut? The selection tool was that one. Who remembers what the key was to get the selection tool? Yeah, that's good. The V. Okay, so I'm going to hit the V. And now this is my hand. Now I can click and drag around and move these willy-nilly wherever I want. Okay, now I've made so many and they're all the same color. It's kind of like, what am I doing here? But that's all right. As long as you move to the selection tool, this is the one that allows you to move things around. Okay, so just go ahead and move them around a little bit. And now notice that the one that I click on becomes selected and has all these different things that show up around it. We're going to discover what all these things are, but we have way too many. So first what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete some. So select one of the ones you made, and then you can just hit the delete key on your keyboard and it disappears. And then I'm going to select this one and hit the delete key. We're going to learn how to select more than one at a time, but for now, just delete a bunch of them. Select, select, delete, 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 and then just leave 2. I don't care which 2, just leave 2 out there. Now, these 2 that we leave, I want us to work on changing their appearance. So I'm going to select one of them, and I'm going to make it be I don't know, pink inside, and I don't know, anything except for blue, and I'll tell you why in a minute, and bright green on the edge. So now I have 2 different colors. Appearance factors. Okay, I'm at the point where I want to make sure that everyone is following me. So, and I know, Mindy, you've raised your hand, so I'll be there in a minute. Anyone who is working, everything I did you can do, give me a yes. If you're stuck at any of it from the beginning to the end, give me a no. Meanwhile, yes, Mindy?
I was just wondering, your bar on the far right, if you went to like view up at the top and you zoom, does it make this font larger for us to view it?
No, we're actually going to talk about that right now, but no, I would never go up here. Anything you do up here is pretty slow. Now and then we'll use these, but for the most part, I'm going to show you different ways. That's where I'm going to next. I'm going to show you how to zoom in and out. So if things are really tiny and you want to zoom in or out, I want you guys to do this shortcut. So this is a great segue into what I was about to show next. If you're on a PC, you're going to click on the Control key. If you're on a Mac, you're going to click on the Command key. But there's one exception. Those of you who are on VDI, who are using Mac computers, remember that on VDI, you're using a PC computer, okay? So for VDI people, you still need to use the Control key, even if you're using a Mac. Does that make sense? So PC people, hold down the Control key. Mac people, hold down the Command key. And then I'm going to go ahead and click on the plus sign, the plus number, 1, 2, 3, 4, 0, and then you get minus or dash and plus and equal. I'm going to click on the plus sign and we're going to zoom in that way. And then the minus sign, we're going to zoom out. Okay, so zoom in and out by holding the Control down or the Command down, keep it held down, and then tap the plus or the minus. Did that work for everyone? Okay, I'm seeing, Liliana, that you have a no. What can I help you with? Where did you get stuck?
It's erasing all the other shapes that I made.
I'm just selecting each one and hitting the delete key. So when I made a bunch, by the way, notice that now the second one that I made has these colors and the new ones come with that. I went to the direct selection tool. So you need to have that one in your hand. So to say, you need to choose the selection tool. Then when you select it, you hit the delete key and it goes away. Delete key and it goes away.
Got it.
Work? Okay. Guys, whenever I get a question like this, first I demo it again. And if the demo end doesn't work, I don't want you guys to say yes. I want you guys to go, it still didn't work. Then we might go into, okay, share the screen, all right? But sometimes just one simple other demo, you might have missed something I was saying. That's all it needs, but don't hesitate if at all you need to share. Okay, so now I want to, I went really small, I went really big, and what I want to do right now is I just want to fill my screen again with this. So I'm going to do Command again, or Control again, but I'm going to tap the 0, and then my screen fills again with that 5x5 document. So if I was making it really tiny and I hit Command 0, Control or Command 0, then it goes back to being a full screen. Now, notice one thing, that if I zoomed in, right, when I do the plus, it zoomed in each time I zoomed. Hold on, I'm getting a reminder that we're about to have our break. Okay, so when I zoomed in and I started to go in, it's focusing on this pink shape, and that's because I had the pink shape selected. If I would have had the green shape selected, when I start zooming in, Control plus 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 plus, it's zooming in on the green one, right? So that's a good way to go in. Many times you make something in Illustrator and you need to make sure the edges are exactly on top of the other edges. So you want to select it and then zoom in. And then when you're in there, you're like, okay, I've zoomed in so much, but I wanted to see the edge. So how do I move to see the edge? Because this just gives you a zooming in. So then you want to kind of scooch over, or pan over is the term. So you're going to hold the space bar down and it gives you a hand, space bar. Once you have the space bar down, then you can click and drag until you see the edge you wanted. So I'm clicking and dragging until I get to, say, the top left corner, which is, for example, what I wanted to check, okay? Or I'll zoom down a bit again, and then I'll go and zoom in to the pink one, so then I can just hand and select this one and then zoom into that one. Okay, so say that I was trying to get these two to be next to each other, then I think they're next to each other, but I'm not sure. It looks like it's good. So then when I zoom in and I check, sorry, when I'm on a Mac or on a PC, I end up using the wrong shortcut sometimes because I'm sharing both. So then I zoom in and I discover that what I thought that they were next to each other, but look, actually there was a little line. They looked, when I was down there, they looked like they were next to each other. But when I zoom in, I see there's a space. So then I'll click and drag and move this over so that they're touching and stuff like that. So you want to make sure that these shapes, you always zoom in really well to make sure that you're getting what you really want out of it. Okay, so then I'm going to zoom in and I'm going to put it in at exactly the right spot. Because from afar, it looked like it was good, but it wasn't. Okay, so you really want to always be able to zoom in and out really close up when things need to be touching, for example, or not touching or whatever. Okay, if you were able to zoom in and out to fill your screen, to zoom into the color that you wanted, etc., etc., if all of that has been working, I'm going to clear your answers because I want you all to give me a new yes. Jill, your hand was up. How can I help?
I guess I missed how to grab on. When I grab on with the space bar, it's not moving. I don't know how to select one shape to move it.
Okay, so I wasn't moving the shapes. When I do the space bar, I'm moving the artboard, which is the equivalent.
Oh, the whole artboard? But how did you move each square closer to one another?
Each shape, you just have to click inside. In this case, I grabbed the fill. The border itself is not grabbable. The stroke, I'll tell you more about that later, but I clicked on the pink part and I was able to move it in.
With the space, but okay, so once you clicked on it, did you then hit the space bar and move?
No, first I had zoomed in, but it doesn't matter. Let me explain one more time. The direct selection tool moves shapes.
Okay.
The space bar moves the board. Okay. So it's not about when did I do one first or another. I was just doing different things. Meaning, to move this next to that, I need my selection tool, my V or direct selection tool. But when I thought it was near enough, because at this distance I put it, it's almost like jumping up. It's not giving me the right thing. Then I zoomed in with the Control or Command 0, but I zoom in so much that I don't see that. That's when I need to scooch around. So that's when I held the space bar so that I can like move myself over, because I'm not moving the shapes. I just wanted to get to this spot. And
I
now they're overlapping a bit too much. So now I'll grab either one. It doesn't matter which in this case, sometimes it matters, and I'm going to move it. So I'm going to grab this one this time. See how it's I know it's selected because I clicked on it. And then I'm going to move this one up a little bit until the edges are touching. We're going to talk a lot about these lines, paths, borders, and a little bit. Right now, I just want you to know that moving a shape you do with a selection tool. Moving the background, or what we call the artboard, you do by holding down the space bar and going up and down. Depending on how you set up your mouse or whatever you're using, you might be able to scroll up and down in different ways. But for everyone, no matter their setup, a space, holding down the space bar gives them a hand, and that helps you just kind of scooch around, so to say, as opposed to move the shape itself, which is different. Okay.
Okay.
Control 0 to go all back out again. Now, any other questions before we move on? Looking at the time, trying to make sure. I know some of you guys didn't start till later because of all the stepped beginnings. Just so you know, as of next week, we all start exactly at the same time, 9 a.m. and 9 a.m. with VDI set up, Illustrator open and running, you know, just like kind of ready to go. I want to honor too that those of you who have been here from the beginning, your brain might be exploding a little bit from so much talking. I want to get to doing, but I still need to show you guys the class files. So let me show you the class files first, and then we'll go on our break, okay? Because I was going to do it after, but let me just show you the class files. And then when we come back from break, we can actually just move on with Illustrator. So what I need you guys to do is to open a new browser, especially if you're on VDI. Please be careful. Do not leave this. VMware has to stay there. Like, do not leave this spot. I need to move everything down a bit. Hold on, because my things are in the way and I couldn't see. Here we go. So do not ever, VDI people, do not ever go back arrow on anything, because you're going to leave VDI and then it becomes a problem to get back in there. So we're going to, if you don't have a browser open because you have your own Illustrator, open a browser. For those of you who are on VDI, open a new tab. If you're on Firefox, this is how you do it. If you're on a PC or something else, you know differently. And in this new tab, we're going to head over to SBCC again. So I have sbcc.edu and hit return. So everyone go to SBCC. We're going to go to the class files. And mine's taking a while because I'm doing Zoom and VDI and other stuff. But wow, why is it taking so long to get to SBCC? Let me stop my share for a sec. Oh, there it is. So when you get into sbcc.edu, we're going to head over here to pipeline. For those of you who know how to type fast, you can just have written pipeline.sbcc.edu. That's good enough. Click on the word pipeline. And it's going to take us to our pipeline. Now, I was already signed in, so I skipped the sign in. But if you weren't signed in, you'll have to do the username and password. And when you get here, want us to go to the student tab. Okay, you don't have faculty employee, you just have student. So go to the student tab, and the second choice down is student resources. We're going to click on student resources. Now I'm going to wait here before I lose you guys, and I want to give me a yes if you got to pipeline and student resources. Give me a good old yes, and then we'll continue. That's my alarm telling me to give you guys a break. I'm like, wait, I'll give you guys a break in a second. Okay, so I'm seeing some yeses and others are not. So those of you who are not making it there, how can I help you? If you got there, give me a yes. If you're on your way there, that's good. But if you're in trouble, you don't know what we're doing, let me know. Okay. Sometimes I'll call your name, and if you have a second screen, it's just because I saw your yes. I didn't see, like I'm seeing the one that doesn't have a yes, but it's fine. Normally I'll get it. Carlos, How about Carlos? Can you stay a little bit after class today and I'll help you get caught up? Same with anyone else who had like a problems with VDI, all the stuff I did the first hour before everyone joined us. I don't want to do it again with everyone here. People who are having any issues with VDI or getting to the class files, Carlos, Eugenia, anyone else, if you can stay a little bit when the class is over, stay a little bit more, then I'll help you one-on-one with that. Okay? Is that going to work, Carlos, to wait and Eugenia? Okay. So, so once you're here in Pipeline, we're going to head over to the right side and click on the word Google Drive. And student resources, by the way. Then you go to Google Drive. And then in Google Drive, if you've never used it before, the school Google Drive, you'll get all these welcome, use me this way and that. You can close those windows. Here on the left side, I want you to go to shared drives. Now, my drive is your drive. Like each one of you see my drive, that is places where you have your own personal stuff. But a shared drive is a drive that I created with all of the class files and that I have shared with you. So in shared drives, right now, you should all, I have a ton of shared drives that I do with my different classes, but you guys should have one called Illustrator Shared Drive. And you might, when you see that, you need to double click and it'll open up into these files. Now, when you double click to enter, you might be seeing it this way, or you might be seeing it this way. Okay. If you're seeing it this way, by list, if you're seeing it this way, by little previews, it's the same stuff you're seeing, it's just a different, shape. So you can choose which one you prefer. Now, if you've never used this before, you might also have this open, which is this whole sidebar with stuff that is not useful and takes up a lot of space. So if you have this sidebar here open, just click on it to close it, and then you just have to deal with the files. Now I'm going to move over to this version so that I can show you this a little bit better. Oops, looks like I need to update this one, so ignore that. But the file that I want you guys to find is this one called Zoom Class Recording. Now you might have it at the top, you might have it at the bottom. It might be easier for you to find it if you go this way and look at it by name. If you're looking at it by name and you click here on the word name, then it'll put it in alphabetical order. So the bottom arrow or up arrow, and then that kind of works to help. But anyway, you can move things around. Let's open the Zoom class recording links, Illustrator Summer 2024. If you're looking at it in this way, it kind of looks like that. Let's open it by saying double click. All right. One more time. I've had you guys enter the shared drives and I've had you open the Zoom Illustrator recordings. If you got here, then give me a yes. If you're stuck here or at Pipeline or in this one or in this one, let me know and I'll help you get here. Okay, I'm seeing lots of yeses. Except for I know one or two of you guys need a bit more support, but that's good. We'll get there. Stan, I'm not saying a yes. Do you need a hand? Or Liliana, I'm not seeing an answer from you. Jill, Jill, you did answer on the second. Stan, how can I help you? Liliana, Stan. One of you two.
Can I share my screen?
Yeah, go ahead and share your screen.
Okay.
It's great. After a while, it turns out people know that the fastest thing is share your screen. You just say that, boom, I stop mine. There it goes. Okay. Because I hope you catch up. Right. I'm not seeing it yet. Remember, it's share and then share again. 2 shares.
Okay. Oh yeah. There we go.
There we go. All right. So, all right. So go up or down. There it is.
There it is.
There it is. Perfect.
Okay.
You answered your own question. Perfect. Stan, you got it. Liliana, you got it. Okay. Looks like everyone said yes. All right. Continue sharing mine. Here we go. Whenever I share first, the first thing that pops up, I always have to switch. So, okay. So
there we go. This is a really important page in our handouts. I'll show you some of the others next, but this is the first one I want you guys to know about. We're going to be accessing the class recordings on this sheet. So at the end of today, when I'm done, I have to process the whole recording. It takes many, many hours. And then when it's all set up and running and I post it, I will put a link in here and you'll have a link. It's usually by the end of the day of the class. Sometimes it's by the next morning. You'll have a link in here that takes you to the recording of this entire class. Now it's the entire thing, all from the beginning to the next, right? To the end. I don't like break it down or anything. So here's the good and the bad news about that. The good news is that since you have the recordings, that means that if you miss a class or any part of the class, you have to come here and watch the part that you missed because the class is there. And that way, when you catch up next week, you're not starting from, from 2 weeks ago. That's the good news, because anytime that you need to review something I said, you can also see the recording. Now, I have a recommendation. Since this class is very long, if you get to a point where you go, I'd like to review that again, just look at the time, have a piece of paper next to you and say right now it's 11:15. You can say at 11:15, she explained yada, yada, right? So in the future, when you open the recording, you'll know that the class started at 9. If it's 11:15, then you can scroll up to like 2.25 hours into the recording, and that'll be about when I'm talking about this thing. Does that make sense? Because the class will be 3 or 4 hours long. I don't remember how long this class is. And then you can move yourself to that place where you want something repeated or where you miss something. The way it's going to work, these are going to look like record. I'm just going to go to any one of these. This is how to, I'm going to click on this one, and then you're going to click on something again, and you'll be taken to YouTube. And first you're going to have an advertisement or whatever as you.
Your internet isn't 100% fiber. You realize how.
Okay, so you're gonna have to skip whatever advertising is there, and then you'll see moi, which I happen to look at that. I recorded this years ago, 3 years ago, and I have the same shirt. I guess I'm frugal. I never noticed that I'm looking the same. So this is it. You're gonna have like a 3-hour recording here, and you can just scroll up like this or like that to the time that you need to, and then you'll get all of the information. So this is how you would use those recordings. Now, the important thing about these recordings is that they are private. So don't worry about being recorded. The only people who can access them is people who have this link here. And don't share these links with anyone else, and then no one else will see these recordings. And so you don't have to worry about asking questions or stuff like that, because it's not like the world will see you. All right, so that's that. Let me just say something else about this. You are in a class that is part of a certificate. Some of you guys don't care about the certificate. You just want to learn Illustrator. And some of you guys do want the certificate. It doesn't matter. You're all going to be graded anyway. And the grading is very simple. It's pass, no pass, right? So what pass means is that you've been attending and you have been progressing and doing the work. So if you already knew a lot about Illustrator, I'll expect you to get better from what you knew a lot. And if you don't know much or anything, then I'll expect you to get better from not knowing much. So it's not like you all need to get to the same level. It's just making sure that you're all moving forward and learning. So that's a pass. Even if you don't do, something as intricate as someone else, you're both going to pass the class if you do the work in the class. Now, the only way you can, but because of this, you need to attend the class, okay? When people see the recordings, they begin to think, oh, I can just watch the recording. That's not how it works. If you don't attend the Zoom, then I have to drop you from the class, because the way this class, which is free for you guys, works is that the state pays the school for how many people actually attend the class. So say that you are registered, but you're only watching the video, then we don't get money for you. Then we have to drop you from the class because we can't count on your attendance. So here's how it's going to work. Say that you have to miss a class. You're on vacation. Someone is visiting from out of town. It's summer after all. Then do your best during between 9 and 1, whatever time this class finishes, try to click into the Zoom, be it on your phone, if you're in another town, be it from your doctor's office while you're waiting, as long as you get registered onto the Zoom and then you watch the recording, then I can give you attendance, because then you have watched the stuff and then you'll show how to turn in the work. You'll do the work, you'll turn it in, and then that's fine. That means you've attended. I can give you attendance, everything's good. But if you only watch the recordings and you don't attend the Zoom, you kind of end up, I'll drop you off to 2 times that you miss. Because I can't record it into the system, and I'm forced to drop anyone who's not attending, right? Okay, so that's one thing. So please try to attend the Zoom, even if it's for 5 minutes. Ideally, you attend all you can. You have 1 hour to go to the doctor, we'll attend the other 2 hours. But if you can't attend at all, try to connect to Zoom and then watch the recordings. All right, if that makes sense and everyone can see this and it works, then give me no, you don't need to give me yes for that. That's just an explanation. All right, there's 2 things here that are really going to matter, which is these 2 links down here. I want you guys to click on the top one first. Click on this link and then click one more time. And it's going to take you to this place. Now, for those of you who for any reason haven't opened that file, maybe you knew where it was, so you haven't bothered to open it. I put the link to this place on the meeting chat. So you can click onto that meeting chat and you'll be in here. This is how you're going to turn in the work. So the Padlet here, I'm going to show you other Padlets from other classes so you have an idea how it's going to work. Then this Padlet, what we're going to do is you're going to be, I'm going to click on this one, which is an old Padlet from the spring. And the way this works is whenever we do some, this is a Photoshop one, so it's not equivalent, but you will do the work that we do. Like today, we just made 2 boxes and stuff like that. Then you're going to do a screenshot of that. And then you're going to post it in here. You're going to have time to write things about it or not. Some of like Shelly's here in class. She's really good about writing a whole bunch of stuff. So is Moni, and explaining the things that I've been talking about, the tools that you use to get here. And then you have that as a reminder yourself for how to do things. But also I get to see the work that you're working on, because not everyone shares their screen and I'm not going to see everyone's work. Otherwise, just this is how I'll work to see the screen. So what we need to do right now before we go on break is to make our first post. Okay. So some of you guys know how to do a screenshot. Some of you don't. What we're going to do, we're going to go back to Illustrator and I'm going to help you with a screenshot. If you know how to do it, we're going to click on the tab that has, if you're on VDI, the tab that had the VM view. If not, go back to your Illustrator. And we're going to do a little quick screenshot. Sometimes I'm going to ask you to show layers and stuff. Right now, all I want is to see a bit of what you've done. If you're on a Mac, even if you're on VDI, in this case, VDI or not, it doesn't matter. If you're on a Mac, go ahead and click on Shift Command and tap the number 4, and you're going to get this little crosshairs. Go ahead and do a little click and drag, and a little screenshot of that has just happened. And on a Mac, it's gone to live on your desktop. If you're on a Mac, now notice here I have instructions too. So if you're on a Mac, it's Shift, Command, and 4, and what you click on saves onto the desktop. Instead, if you're on a Windows computer, then you would have this key called the Windows key that I don't have because I'm actually on a Mac right now. So for the Windows people, you'll click on the Windows key, Shift and S. Okay, Windows key, Shift S. And then what you're going to do is you're going to get everything kind of grays out. And then again, you'll have to click and drag over what you want. And when you're done, instead of a screenshot, what you've done is it's copied into your memory. So it's a copy. So either do a screenshot if you're on a Mac, or copy it if you're on a PC, Windows, but the people who are on a Mac don't even if you're on VDI, you're really on a Mac. So you need to do the Shift command because you don't have access to the Windows key that Windows people have on their keyboard. Then we're going to head over here. Oh, there we go. Shelly already. See, there you go. This is what I mean. Shelly had to do the exercise with the boxes, but since she knows a bit more, she went ahead and made something with that exercise, right? So perfect explanation, perfect demonstration of what I meant, that if you know a bit more, go for it. Do something else with it. So cool. Nice little robot. All right. So now I'm going to go ahead and click on this little plus sign. Some of you have it in the middle and the bottom, this little button here. I'm going to click on that. And the first thing you need to do on the subject is put your name. Please write your name in there. If you have a name that many other people have, you can write your name and last name. Otherwise, your first name's enough. And then PC people, just right here, you can just paste. You can do Control V for paste, and you can paste in the thing you pasted. For Mac people, you click on this little icon right there, and you're going to upload, and you're going to go to your desktop and choose your screenshot, and it'll pop in there. So here's my little screenshot. You can write here something about, selection tool or whatever you want to write. You don't always have to be writing something, but you can if you've learned something new or different. And then you hit publish. Okay, so this is our first assignment. I need everyone to do one screenshot and publish. And now if you got stuck with needing help with getting that screenshot or getting to Padlet or whatever else that you need, please let me know. Oh, and by the way, Jill, you know how your name on the roster is Nobles, and the VDI you're always showing Jill Ville. I need you to add your last name to that, and I forgot that in yesterday's class. So can you please remember, because you put in a name that then isn't in the roster, and then I can't.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I'll try to change it.
And I know that last time I wrote Nobles like Noble and that it's Noables. I'll do it right now for you. But in the future, if you can remember that one doesn't.
Can you just tell me how to change the name? Because that's the first time I joined Zoom. I didn't know it's on the other computer.
That's fine. I just did it for you. But in order to do it yourself, you need to hover over the video of your face, and when you do that, you'll see 3 little dots appear, 3 white dots. Click on that and you'll see the choice to rename yourself. Anyone else? If I missed everyone else, I think everyone else has their first and last name. But Chyla, there we go. You connected again. I'm going to rename you again. What was your last name again? I'm sorry. Chyla. I can look at the roster.
I can do it.
Okay. Just give me your.
Yeah, I'm right here.
You reconnected and it was a bit different. Okay, everyone else is fine. Okay. So give me a yes if you've, I will see there, but I can't like check on everyone. Give me a yes if you've posted. Give me a no if you need help posting. Yes, Eugenia?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, this is my first time doing this in an Apple with a VDI, so Shift and Command and 4 doesn't do that.
Shift Command, hold on, I'm just switching this because I forgot to update this. For some reason, that's on. You guys keep it. Okay, so I'm going to stop my share. If you hold on the Shift and the Command at the same time, both.
Yeah.
And then tap the number 4 with your other hand.
Yeah, and it gives me like
okay. Yeah. So now when you get that, now click and drag over the area you want your screenshot.
Okay.
And when you're done dragging, it'll click, it'll automatically save itself to your desktop. Okay.
Okay.
You can hear it, it'll chick like a camera.
Okay.
And when you go post, it'll say, where's the file? You go and click on desktop and you pick it up. If you need help with that, you can share your screen again. Otherwise,
thank you.
I'll let you do it. Okay. Eliza, did you post yet?
Yeah, no, I'm having a hard time. So my screenshot is Shift Command 3.
That's for Shift Command 3 is for the entire screen.
Yeah, okay. So if I do, because you're suggesting do Command 4?
Yeah, because then you can choose just a little bit of your screen.
Okay, so Command 4, I
Do
don't
you want to
think,
share your screen? And I
Okay.
can. You're on a Mac, right?
correct.
Okay, yeah, share your screen. Okay, so now go ahead and click, hold down Shift Command, and then tap the number.
Shift Command 4.
No, Shift Command first, keep it down,
Okay,
then tap the number 4. There you go. Now see how your mouse changed?
yeah.
Now go, now put it on the top left of this, I put it on the left side of this green thing and a bit higher up. Oh, so now you did Shift Command 4 again, because you kind of, yeah. Now click and drag your mouse down. Click and drag, and now to the right, keep dragging to the right, to the right, to the right. Keep going, there you go. Once you let go of your mouse, now let go of your mouse. Boom.
Oh, okay, amazing. Okay.
Now
So,
go up to Padlet. Now go to your Padlet in the back. I see it. Yep, right there. And now you need to move it up because you're not seeing the bottom.
oh, that's why.
And then on the far right, it's kind of hiding by this sign up. You don't need to sign up. Just click, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Go backwards to the Padlet. Go to where, no, the last tab that says sign up for Padlet, the one, the far right, yeah, that one. No, one more to the right.
Okay, hold on. Let me just move this.
Oh, you have Zoom in the way. Yeah, so on this one, go back one time because you don't need to sign up at all. Yeah, here we go. So now go to that plus sign at the bottom.
Plus
The
sign.
orange round circle. You might have Zoom in the way. On the right, you might have Zoom down, down, down. There. Ah, go down. You might have the Zoom thing.
Yeah, I think let me move the Zoom. Hold on. Okay.
There you go. Perfect. And now put your name at the top, subject, and then click on that little purple icon and then go to your desktop. And there you see the screenshot. There you go. Any one of those.
The JPEG, not the JPEG. This is the option, right? Yes.
Yeah. They're both. Yeah, perfect. And now go to submit at the top or publish, and there you go.
Thank you.
All right, cool. All right, sometimes the zoom on the right side hides some of the screen, so you might need to minimize the screen a bit more. Okay, yeah, I think you got you, right? Your hand is up. I think that was it. Okay, sometime I might ask, is that a new hand? It's because if I notice that I've already answered, but you might have another question, you might have your hand up again. All right, I think that means that just about everyone has posted, everyone who can post. I know, Chayla, you're right now not able to post, but that's okay. If I can't check here, but I think most of you are saying yes. So, oh, Chayla, can you do a screenshot? Yeah, of course. If you don't, you can do a screenshot when you have a computer, no problem. All right, so now let's take our break. Oh, one last thing before we take our break, and then we'll take our break. In this same page underneath here, we have a class survey. You don't need to fill it out right now, but if some of you don't need a break and you want to just fill it out, you can click on this and click on it and just go to it and fill it out. Oh, once again, I forgot to change the names. Sorry, guys, but don't worry. It says summer 2023, but it's a good one. It's a fresh one. If you can do it now or do it when I'm explaining something to someone else, or you can do it after class, I'm going to send an email with some of these important links and I'll go ahead and add the link to this too. But anyway, if you can fill it out whenever you have time, it's just like the most important questions to me are the ones in the bottom, which is, do you have a project or goal in mind? So if some of you guys are doing this for a particular project or for work, for marketing your business, or for, you know, whatever reason you're taking this class, if you have a specific project, it's really useful for me to know. If you tell me you're up to something, then I can kind of tailor my stuff. I'll say, oh, in your case, if you're doing this or if you're doing that, I can help you out. So please let me know if there's anything in particular special that you want to know or learn or see. That would be really helpful for me to help you. All right, so now it's time for our belated break, and it's a 15-minute break. It's 11:35. So we're gonna be back by 11:45. So let's see, be back by 11:50. Is that, do I have that one right? Is that 15 minutes? Cool. I'm good at arts. I'm not very good at math. So now and then I get that one wrong. Okay. So you don't have to sign out or anything. I'll mute everyone so you can do whatever you want. Be back by 11:50, not by 11:52. I'll see you guys soon. Bye. All right. Hopefully you're all making your way back. Come on back. Let me know you're here by turning on your videos if that's what you do. Give me a second. I need to take my dog out. 1 sec. I let him in and I need to put him out.
What happened to the chair?
All right, so sorry about that. Pet was not collaborating. Okay. Glasses. Okay, so let's continue. And I'm gonna share again. Actually, I need to share that and share that, and there we go. All right, cool. Back to Illustrator. Some of you weren't here when I mentioned it, some of you were. Just as a reminder, if you guys are in a situation where turning on your video is possible and good and fine, then I would really appreciate if you were to do that. If on the other hand, you know, there's noise, things happening, of course, you're welcome to keep it off. It just helps me a lot to see you guys. All right, cool. Also, if you don't have your video on and you are here, give me a yes now so I see signs of life so I know you're there. That way, if I call your name, it's not like you're out there somewhere and that's why I don't know you're here or something like that. So if you're here, give me a yes if I can't see you. Okay. So so right now we have a couple of basic shapes, each one with a different color. I'm going to show you one more interesting thing about this. Remember I told you that the appearance, the colors are going to come out the same way as the last ones you've made. So if I have something selected, then I'll see these blue lines. We'll talk about what those are in a minute. And notice that I'm always ignoring this. I'll tell you about this later, but if it bugs you that it appears, like every time I click, it appears under what I click. But if it's bugging you, it bugs me that it's out there in the middle. You can grab it from this little corner. I'll show you what it is later, but you can grab it from this little line and click and just drag it and put it down here at the bottom so that it's there, but it's not in the way. Then when I click and click, that thing doesn't just pop up in the middle of the way, which to me at least, it's very bothersome. This is a new tool. If you haven't used Illustrator for a few years, it's now in all of the Adobe products and it's very new and it keeps changing every few minutes. It'll change according to what you do, what you should choose. If I click away and have nothing selected, see how it disappeared. And then I click on something and it appears again. So we'll talk about that later. For now, if you need to, just move it a little bit out of the way like that. And then when we need it, we'll use it. So when I click on the white area, when I say click away, I mean click on this white area here, then nothing is selected. If nothing is selected, then if I try to make another rectangle, so I'm going to go choose rectangle tool again. Then when I go make it, the colors that it's going to come out is the last one I made, which is this one. See that? That's what happened. But if instead the last one I have selected is this one, See how it says green and orange. And now I go, so I've selected with the selection tool, this one. Now I go choose this rectangle tool again and I make a new one. It's going to come out like that one because the tool takes on the colors of whatever it is that I've selected. So if I've selected this, sorry, I can't select with this tool on. You have to change to the V selection tool, select, and then it chooses that. So if you ever wonder how come it's coming out one color or another, it's because of what's the last thing that you have selected or what's the last shape you made. Okay. All right. So now let's go ahead and get rid of these two extra ones. Let's move these over a little bit to a corner because I want to show you just one or two more of the possible basic shapes, and then we're going to move on to understanding more about how they work. But I'm going to, underneath this rectangle, there are more tools. Anytime you see a tool that has a teensy little white triangle there, that means there's more under it. So if I click, and I don't need to touch that little thing, I just need to touch my tool and click and hold down my mouse, keep held down. See how when I click and hold down, it turns out that under the rectangle, there's the ellipse, the polygon, the star, the line tool. Let's head over to the ellipse tool. And when I let go, this icon turns back into what I'm choosing right now, which is the ellipse tool. So if you're looking for the rectangle, you won't see it anymore. You'll have to get accustomed to seeing the one that's under there now. And now, since that's the last one selected, when I click and drag, I'm going to make some kind of elliptical shape. And when I let go of my mouse, there it is. That's what it stays at. I'm going to go ahead and make a perfect circle. So to make a perfect circle, I need to hold down my shift key first and then make a circle and see how it stays constrained to circle shape. Okay, so if I let go of my shift, then it turns, I haven't let go of my mouse yet, then it keeps being something else. But the moment I hold down the shift key, it forces itself into being the perfect circle. I let go of my mouse first, then I keep that shape being perfect. I'm going to click and go back to my rectangle tool. So I'm clicking on the circle, going back to my rectangle tool. And again, if I make this shape and I hold down the shift key, I get a perfect square, absolutely perfect square. So perfect square, perfect circle, I get by constraining the shape with my shift key. I let go of my mouse first, and then I get my perfect shape. All right. I don't need these extra two perfect circle squares. That was just to show you how to constrain them. Right now, what I want is to test a couple of the other shapes. I'm going to shape the polygon tool, and I'm going to click and drag and make a little polygon. Notice that this one kind of makes itself from the bottom. So as I make it bigger, I haven't let go of my mouse yet. Before I let go of my mouse, I can kind of make it bigger or smaller by moving my mouse a bit to the left of the light. When I'm done with it and I let go, and it's kind of pointing, it's outside of the artboard. This white area is what we call the artboard. And if I scroll up, I'll discover that this shape is outside of the artboard. If at all you've used Photoshop, and you know Photoshop, you'll notice that Photoshop doesn't show you anything that peeks out of the artboard. But in Illustrator and in InDesign vector files, the shape does show. This is the pasteboard, and I can put entire things in the pasteboard. And I can have them there on hold until I use them again or something else. But if I were to print this page right now, the page would print exactly to the end of that, and I would show only a bit of this shape, okay? Whatever's in the pasteboard does not get printed, does not get saved as a PDF, does not get used. So anything out there is as if it were cut off. But it doesn't cut off. I can put it there, put it on hold until I need it or do something like that. So the pasteboard is this gray area here, and it is usable. All right, so now I have three different shapes. Let's get rid of one of the rectangles. I want one of each kind of shape, one oval of some kind, one rectangle of some kind, one polygon of some kind, and I'm going to change the colors of the polygon. I want three different colors. So I'm going to have the interior be blue and the stroke be bright green, I guess. There we go. You don't need to have the same colors as me. I have told you always not to use blue on the paths, on the borders, on the strokes. I'll show you why now in a minute, but for now I just want three different shapes. Three different colors, and I'm going to show you why. So I'm going to clean your answers. Give me a yes if you're all good with 3 different shapes and 3 different colors. Right, so you might remember that the first one I made was this rectangle. Later on, I made this oval, and then the last thing I made was this polygon. So watch, if I try to put one on top of the other, I'm going to try to put this rectangle on top of the oval, and oh, not happening. It's going underneath. I'm trying to put it on top of the polygon, and that's not happening either. It's going underneath. Because although we see them as separate pieces, each one of these is inhabiting its own little level. So if I try to put the oval on top of the polygon, it's not going to work either. Basically, if I put one on top of the other, you know what? I'm going to change this border is the same as that fill, and it's complicated. So let me give it a different color for the border. Give it a brighter orange or something. Yeah, give it this little brown. Okay. So now we have all 3 shapes, and no matter that what I want, you know, I'm going to go Command or Control plus because I want to zoom in a little bit so that you can see this better. I'm going to hold the space bar to move me. Actually, I'm going to Control minus a bit to go a little bit smaller. Okay, so now this here is telling me that the order is based on the order of creation of the shape, right? And especially if you've used some of these other tools that we use with vectors, you might know, if you might know or not, the whole arrange to back to front and all that kind of thing. But that's fine for not very technical usage, for not very advanced usage. I'm going to show you the real way to handle all these levels, which most people don't learn for quite a while. We're going to head over to the layers panel. So over here, we have the properties panel that I've been using to change the colors, which notice has no colors because nothing's selected. If I select it, then the colors appear, right? So remember that things are different when you do or not have something selected. If I click away, then the colors disappear and everything else shifts back. Okay, so I'm going to go from the properties panel to the layers panel. Click on layers. Now layers, again, I kind of compared it to Photoshop because a lot of people have done Photoshop. In Photoshop, this would be 3 different layers, right? Because each element would be on a layer. But in Illustrator, all 3 objects are in one layer. But the good news is that I have a little kind of arrow. These are collapse and expand arrows. I click on this one, I can expand. And I discover that each one of these objects inhabits its own little level. It's a stacking in a certain stacking order. You'll notice at the very bottom is the first one that I made. It's in the bottom. The ellipse is the second one I made. It's in the middle. And the last one I made, which is the polygon, is on top. So if I actually want to change the order of these elements, then I can just drag them around. So I'm going to grab this polygon and I'm going to drag it down and let it go. When I see that blue line is going down, when I see the blue line at the bottom, I'll put it there and boom, I have changed the order of these elements that I've created. Now I'm going to grab that rectangle, the first one that I created, and I'm actually going to drag it to the top and let go there. Now that one's at the top. I grab the oval and I'm going to put it at the bottom. So when you overlap these 3 shapes, go ahead and overlap them. Make sure to leave a little bit of each visible so that we can all see them going up and down. Okay. So if this is working for you, if you found your layers panel, if you're able to move your layers around up and down, not your layers, your objects from layer to layer, then give me a big ol' yes. All right. Cool. I'm seeing lots of yeses. If anyone is in trouble, don't hesitate to say no or to ask me for help, because sometimes, you know, your computer went awry, did something weird. Just always ask me. I need to see yeses or no's. I don't want to see nothing, right? So like right now, Liliana, did it work for you? Jill, I think you answered in your other one. Yep. Yuki, you answered in your other one. Okay.
Do you mind just showing the dragging one more time? I was
Cool.
Miss
So
it.
over here, all I did is I grabbed by clicking on the name of the layer. And then when you drag, see that blue line kind of pops in? That's telling you where it's going to drop. So if I want to drop this polygon in between these two, I would wait until the blue line is in between these two, and then I let go of my mouse, and there I put it in the middle. Okay, so it's that blue line. I'm going to move the rectangle up 1 level, 2 levels, and boom, it's at the top now. Okay.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Liliana, you good? If you're there.
No, I put it in the chat. My computer disconnected, so all of the first assignment was lost, and now I can't reconnect to
Yeah,
Illustrator.
VDI sometimes during break, after 15 minutes, it does disconnect you. If so, next time it does connect really quickly, but if it's lost at this point, yeah, go ahead and once you're done connecting again and you open up again, I'll help you catch up. Let me know when you're back, okay?
Okay.
All right. Cool. So that's we're gonna handle ourselves with the layers all the time. But what if I wanted to change the colors of this right now? Then I have to go back to the properties, right? And then the layers and the properties are kind of in different places. I'd have to go back from one to the next. Layers and properties are two tabs that we're going to use a lot. So I have a suggestion. Instead of having to go back and forth, this is a place where I can put other things that I need and have it handy. So look what I'm going to do. I'm going to grab this layers from the word layers, and I'm going to click and drag, and I am going to drag this panel over until I see this little blue line right there. Not when I see this long blue line or that other long blue line. I just want to see when my mouse touches this little area and see that little blue line there and I let go. Now my layers panel has docked itself into this little thin one. So I can have my properties panel there. And then when I want my layers, I just click on that. The layers that pop in and out. And then I can have both my properties panel and my layers at the same time. And that would be kind of the best way to go. I'm going to redo this to show you again. The layers panel, the properties panel, we'd have to be having one or the other. So if you grab it by the tab, by the name, when you grab it, the moment the tip of your mouse, click and drag it, the mouse touches the right spot, you're going to get this little line and you're going to just dock it in there. And now click on that, and then you'll have both. When we have many more layers, later we'll have more layers, you can go to the bottom of this line and you can pull it down and you can make this bigger so that we can adapt to see more layers and more objects. But for now, all we really need is that when you want to see layers, you have it there. When you start it, and you can see both at the same time. All right, if you were able to do this and a lot of things didn't mess up, give me a yes, but I'm expecting for some people this messed some things up. So if you need help, give me a call. All right, so Stan, how can I help? What happened?
I'm not seeing the that long column where you drug it to.
Okay. It's possible that when you did, so over here, watch what's gonna happen, guys, don't do this, but when I went here to essentials and I reset essentials, reset brings you back to 0. And when I hit reset, see how my layers went back? It's possible that you hadn't reset your essentials and that this wasn't there. So go first and say reset essentials, and then let's see if this long one appears. And if it does appear, then you can drag it out. If not,
Yes, that corrected it. Thank you.
Great. Now go grab your layers and drag it way out there. And then you'll have back on properties on this one. I'll teach you about libraries later. We're going to be using a lot of these tools, but I can't teach everything at once. So right now we're just going with properties and layers. All right. Anyone else need a hand? Is this good for everyone? Many times what one person asks helps the other one. So you might now have figured it out. I like it when people ask questions, you would probably answer something that others also needed to know. All right. Is life good? Life good for everyone? I'm not seeing answers from everyone. Eliza, how are you doing? Mickey, you're all good? Moving your tabs around? Yuki, I'm not getting yeses, which might mean that it's a no. So I'm going to call your names until I get a yes, or until you speak up and say, yep,
or something like that. Okay. And I know the people that I'm calling, it's for a certain reason, like Chila is not on a computer, Carlos, I'm gonna help him later, stuff like that. So it's not, I know who not to call, but I want, in general, everyone else to answer. Okay. Cool. So now when I don't want to see it, I can just click on this and it moves in and out, or I can turn it on that way. I can also close it by clicking on these two little quick little arrows. That also closes it. The reason I want to show you that is because the two little arrows appear many times in all these applications. And each time you close them, you click on them, it means open or close. So for example, at the top of this little tab, there's two little arrows here. And if I click on them, that'll expand this panel. If I click on it again, it'll collapse this panel, right? Same over here, the properties panel, I can collapse or I can expand. So when you need a bit more space or something, then you can use those little icons to do that. We're in the Essentials tab, so there's not that many tools. So the tools probably fit for everyone. But for example, if I were to go to my Essentials Classic, I have so many tools here that I needed to, they don't fit. So then I have to double up to see all my tools there. That's an example of why you might want to do that. For now, we don't need that doubled up. Essentials is fine. It has enough tools. But just so you know, things change depending on what workspace you're in. So that, I hope you just watched. You don't need to know it, but you need to have an idea of what these little double arrows do. It's expanding and collapsing. Okay. All right, so now let's go ahead and hit Control-0 or Command-0 to fill our screen again. And we're going to start manipulating these objects. First of all, if you have more objects out there all around that you've been playing around with, that's good. Move them maybe a little bit out on the pasteboard, or if you know how to make new artboards, put them on a new artboard. If not, don't worry. I just want to have these three now and some empty space. If I want to select this one to move it over here, but I also want to move this one over there and this one over there, I can't because each one selects independently. So when I would select more than one, I have two ways to do it, the longer way around and the shorter way around. The longer way around is holding the shift key. So I'm going to select this bottom one, I'm going to hold the shift key, then I'm going to select the green one, and then when keeping the shift key held down, I'm going to select the pink one. So now I have like this bounding box, this blue box is grabbing all three. It's like I put them in a basket, then I can let go of the shift, and then I can just grab from the, let's say the colorful part, the fill of any one of these, and I can drag and all three are going to move at the same time. Okay. Now, once again, if I click away into the white, they're all deselected again. And if I try to grab them, they work independently. So click shift, and I've got two of them. Okay, I'm going to undo that. So when I say undo, what am I going to do? I'm going to do a shortcut for undo. I'm going to do Control or Command here on Mac or on a PC, and then I'm going to tap the Z for zebra. So when you tap the Z for zebra, sorry, I'm on a PC, I'm doing the command, then you undo the last thing you did. So I want everyone to know how to undo. We do and redo things a lot. We make a mess. Instead of fixing it, we undo, okay? So go ahead and select them all, move them to another place, and then Control or Command Z to move it back to where it was. Okay, move it 2 times, first there and first there, and then Control or Command Z, you undo one move, another tap on the Z, you undo the second move. Okay, so the Control or Command Z works in steps. So if I made 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, if I now do Control Z, 1, 2, 3, 4, it kind of took it back step by step through the 4 things that I did. Does that make sense? So that's the undo. And you never want to have to go all the way up here to edit, undo. You can do that, but it's just takes so much more energy than just knowing the Control Z. And there it is. Control Z is a shortcut for undo. On the Mac, oh, I don't have the file open on the Mac here. Let me just make any old file. Fine. I was doing the Mac on the other computer, so that's, oh, it's 555, I didn't make. Pull that up. I need to put that in the box. So just really quickly, I'm going to show you what the difference is between one and the other. So let me put this back in essentials and layers. Okay, so just really quickly, I'm going to make one. Doesn't matter to make it identical, just really quickly. Okay, so now it doesn't matter that these are different shapes, but I'm just gonna get 3 different shapes really quickly out here so that you can see that. Anyway, so if I move these 3 around, notice how I didn't do this.
We are seeing you.
Oh, I'm not sharing that screen. Oh, I am sharing that screen.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. Yeah, I made 3 green boxes at the same time. Are you not seeing that right now? Okay, Nia? I'm going to stop my share, organize your boxes, and then I'll share again. Let me. Okay, ready to share again. Let me share this one and this one. And so this is my PC, this is my VDI version, and then this is my Mac version. Okay, do you see it now, Kenya? Okay, so on the Mac, if I move this around 1, 2, 3 times, it's Command and then Z, and that's how it works. Now notice that when I did this, I didn't do click, shift, click to get these 3. I did it in a different way. What I did is I do what I call casting a net. I put my mouse, nothing is selected, right? If everything is deselected, I put my mouse here on the white area and deselect by clicking 1 time. Nothing is selected. Then I click on this white area with the selection tool, and I click and I just drag my net, I call it, over these shapes, and I let go, and now I have selected all 3. So that is like the easiest way to select. Now you can do it from any position. I can go from the bottom up or from the top left. But one thing that's important is, watch this. I'm going to put these 3 all in a row for a second. You would think I would have to do this to select these 3, grab them all, which is good, but I don't even need to do that. All I need to do is touch a little bit of each one. So if I were to make a net right here, and I would do like this, like I'm grabbing the middle one, a teeny bit of that one, and a teeny bit of this one, and I let go, that selects all 3. If I want to set only these 2, I can just do that, and that selects these 2. So you just need to grab a little bit of each one, and that's enough. Now, if I have to select these 3, I would do like that, and then I can select and move all 3. Okay, so go ahead and play around. Make them a bit further apart now, and try to select all 3. And so like that is enough. That's touching a little bit of each, and I let go, and I've got this bounding box grabbing all 3. Okay, so go ahead and play around with that a little bit. If you just want to grab one, it's easiest to click, but if not, you can just do that little thing like that, and boom, it's like a little net that disappears when you let go. When you put it on an object, it selects that object. If you put it on 2 objects, I've selected 2 objects. If I put it on 3, I select all 3. Looks like I didn't grab this. Now, the outer part of this stroke doesn't count. We're going to talk now about these strokes and what they are. So the outer area of this isn't selectable. Like if I put it only in this little teensy bit, I don't select it. I need to cross into where that blue line is. Then I get it selected, and I'll tell you why in a minute. But all right. So if you're able to select what I call casting a net and holding on the shift key and moving them around and undoing your work with the Command or Control Z, if you've been able to do all of that and life is good, give me a yes. I'm going to go back to the PC version because I have more colors and it's easier. All right. I'm seeing yeses everywhere. What I need is a no if it didn't work. If you have any questions, okay, Jill, how can I help?
Okay, I got Command Z to undo, but how do you redo?
Great question. Over here, if you ever forget, the shortcuts are always there. So if the undo is Control or Command Z, the redo is Shift Control Z or Shift Command Z, right? So if I move this out and I want to undo that, right? It's, what am I on the PC? Control Z. But then if I want to redo it, I do Shift Control and then tap the Z. Now, here's the thing that matters is that the, whenever say Command Z, Shift Control Z, all those things, the first two things need to be held down, like Shift and Control has to be held down, right? And if I undo a few times and then I want to redo that, then Shift and Control has to be held down. And then you keep tapping the Z enough times, Z, 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 Z. So it's not all three at the same time. Shift and Command, anything you ever have, the control keys, which are Shift, Command, Option, Alt, we haven't used those yet. Those get held down. And then the letter that I'm calling out just gets taps once, twice, three times, enough is you need, okay? So it's not like a thing, like a piano. It's two down and one little tap, tap, tap for that key that makes things happen. All right. Now I'm going to select all three and move them over. And I'm mainly seeing yeses almost everywhere. Liliana, it looks like you're still not, I'm not hearing from you. So it looks like you're still not set up again. Let me know when your Illustrator is up and running again, okay? All right. So we're going to start exploring these shapes and much more of how to alter them and move them. And other than just moving them, we can alter their shapes and their forms. What I want us to do though now is to add another page, which in Illustrator, we called it another artboard, okay? So that we have some more material to work with. There's so many different ways of doing everything in all these programs, by the way, that you might know, if you already know how to do it in one way or another, you might be wondering, well, why is she doing it this way? Why is she doing it that way? This is all changes. Okay, so what I want us to do right now is have nothing selected. So click on the blank white area. And then let's head over here in the properties. You will see that what you have open is Edit Artboards. So I'm going to click on Edit Artboards. And look at what happened. My artboard became an object itself. We're going to play with that a little bit later, but right now all I want you to do is to go back to this panel, and where it says Artboard 1, click the plus sign, and boom, we have a second artboard, and one more time, boom, now we have a third artboard. When we're done with that, let's hit exit or escape. And now if I go Command Control minus minus minus, you can see I have 3 artboards. The original one and 2 more identical artboards.
I'm sorry.
I'll do that again.
Yeah.
I'll do that again so that you can all see. So first of all, have nothing selected. That way the artboard choices appear over here. Nothing selected. Click on the white for nothing to select. Now under properties, do you see here the word Edit Artboards?
You know, I got knocked off suddenly. I got knocked off of the, I think my phone rang and I got knocked off. So never mind.
VDI dropped?
Yeah. I don't know
Right,
how to get back. Or maybe I just hit Illustrator again. Oh
Yeah.
no.
I don't
Go
have the
VDI.
artboard.
Share the screen with me so I can see what's happening.
Me?
Yeah, the whoever said whoever is in trouble. I think it was Jill.
All
but
right.
Oh, it threw me back to logging in. So
all right, so Yuki, let's see what's happening with you, and then I'll go into. So yeah, what's up?
I don't see the artboard.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, because we had closed. Okay, so go back up. Okay, at the very beginning, the text to vector graphics, I want you to collapse that. So see the little arrow before the text? There we go. Let's leave that one collapsed, and there's the edit artboard. Right, go up a little bit more. Up.
I can't go up.
Second panel, there. Oh, you might have Zoom in the way. You know how you just clicked the text to, I told you to collapse that, and you did, okay. A little bit under there, it says document.
Yeah.
And a little bit under it says artboards. There we go, edit artboards.
Oh, okay, thank you.
And now that you clicked edit artboards, then you go next to the number 1 and click 1, 2 to add 3 more. Okay, Jill, do you want to share your screen so I can help you or?
Okay, I'm back in. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm back in and hold on a second. Let me share my screen.
If everyone added 3 artboards or added 2, so you're a total of 3, give me a yes meanwhile, so I can see if anyone else need help.
I'm just don't know how to, I missed the part where you said to create.
Okay, so what's happening is that you're not seeing all of your panels. See guys how on the right side she's missing some of her panels? So let's head back up to the
this
to the left, that one. Click on that one and say reset essentials. Down,
just,
down, down, down.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
By the way, Henri, you're helping that with that a lot. I should do more of that. Okay, so now go back to your go down, down, down to where it says artboards, artboard 1, and then on the right side of artboard 1, there's a plus sign. Click on that.
Oh, I see. Okay,
One more
thank
time. And then when you're one more, and then go up to the top of that panel and say exit. You can also hit your escape key. But cool.
Okay, thank you.
And then I just did a control or command minus so that you can kind of see all your pasteboard and your 3 artboards, like control zoom out. No.
Oh, zoom out. I see. Control like this.
You can see it all to see that you actually did do 3. And then go select the
where'd it go?
Them all, yeah, when you lose them all because you're using the zoom things, it's things are all gone. You're only seeing the pasteboard. Controller command 0, and it all pops back in. Controller command 0.
There.
And now you hold your space bar to move one way or the other. You can use the zoom tools that you're using down there too, but give it a try. Try to use what I'm asking you to use because then you'll get more accustomed to doing the shortcuts. Hold down your space bar.
Okay.
And now click and drag your way to the left or to the right.
How do I see all 3 in a size I can see all 3?
See all 3, you need to zoom out. So controller command minus. Right? No, you're on the pen tool. Go back to the selection.
Oh gosh. Okay.
And there you go. Now you can see all 3, but you can never see all 3 fill in your screen because there's 3 different pages. You'll see one at a time, or you'll see them all 3 really small. Okay.
Okay.
Now, you're on the pen tool again. So
how'd that happen? Okay.
I'll go back to your, good. I'm going to stop your share. And Mina, yes, how can I help you?
So I don't think I have artboard available. So I'm trying to find, like under appearance and all that, I don't have artboard.
If you say appearance, is because you have something selected. So then you don't have artboard. So don't select anything. Click out here and say, click blank.
Got it.
Now, for those of you who, this properties panel is a little bit persnickety in that whenever you have something selected, it shows you what you need to do with that. So if you're selecting an object, you don't need the artboard. So then it shows you only things about your objects. So that's why you have to click away, and then it shows you things about your page, which would be artboard.
Got it. Okay. Found it. Thank you.
Just so you all know, there's another tool that gets you to the artboards. And even if you have something selected or not, this tool way at the bottom, like above the magnifying glass, that's the artboard tool. So if you don't want to do all of that, if you have something selected and you just want to open artboards, you can go to this tool. Okay.
Tiana, we have you're on. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. When I ask people to share, sometimes I need a reminder. Thank you so much, you guys, reminding me that I'm not sharing. Okay. So back to sharing. So yeah, so if I'm not selecting anything, then artboards appear over here. But if I have something selected, my tools are all about that thing I'm selected. So plan B, if you don't want to deselect, if you've made a really complicated selection, you don't want to deselect, you can go over here to the artboard tool, which is this thing I call like a little fish diving down or a whale diving down. That's your artboard tool. You can click on that and then your artboards appear again. And as you can see, all the tools for artboard appear, and I can just do 1, 2, and 3 that way. So that's just another way of getting to the artboards. Either way it works. I'm going to hit escape, and or exit, and I'm back to having my 3 artboards that I had you guys do. Now, go ahead and do Control or Command minus, because I want to zoom out quite a bit, because I want to show you something else about this tool. I'm moving this over here. So in order to move that over there, I'm using my space bar and drag to move these up there. So when I use the Artboard Plus, you notice that I got 3 identical artboards. That's the typical way, and they show up one after the other. Like had I kept going 4, 5, 6, I would have kept going in a row. But with this artboard tool, so I'm going to head back to this artboard tool that I just showed you. I can also create artboards. See this little like diving fish or something? I can click and drag and make an artboard as if I had just made an object. Now you're going to do it on the gray area. Don't make an artboard on top of an artboard because it's complicated. It's like a page on top of a page. So I'm going to Control or Command Z to get rid of that last one. And I'm going to make another artboard right here. And I'm purposely making them a totally different shape. And if you notice, then I have 5 different artboards. And I can make a little tiny one. And now I have 6 artboards. I'm going to leave the artboards area with all these artboards made by hitting the Escape key. And now those artboards are set and I can put them wherever I want. Now here's the thing. Why would I ever want different artboard shapes? Can anyone throw out a guess? Anyone who hasn't taken my class before knows the answer, by the way. If you don't know the answer, you're just throwing out a guess. What can the reason be that I might want different shaped artboards?
Sometimes you might like do a design for, let's say, a shoebox, and a shoebox has different sizes on each side. So you'll want the different sizes for that.
That's actually not a bad answer. It's a pretty good answer. In fact, I wouldn't say for the sizes. I did a lot of packaging design. The sides would all be part of the same thing, but maybe the top is a separate piece. So the top would need one size and the box itself would need another size. That's a good point. Not a cereal box, but like a box that you have a separate top on. That would be a good point. So riffing on that, say that you're just doing letterhead, business card, stickers, all that kind of thing for one company. Well, you might want to have an 8.5 by 11 artboard, a 3 by 2 artboard, right? You just want to have different artboards to fit the shape of each object that you're creating, each element that you're creating, but you're all doing it in the same file. And that way you just use the same object, the same logos, the same typeface, the same everything. You just move it around and change its shapes and sizes according to the artboard that you need to put it in. Does that make sense? So in one file, you have maybe all of the different stationery and different branding objects that you need to create, elements that you need to create for a company. Talking about which, we haven't saved this file yet. See how up in the top it has the name Untitled? The fact that it says Untitled 1 and that it has a little asterisk right next to that, the asterisk means that there's been changes since it's been saved. We haven't even saved it yet. So let's go ahead and save it. And this is going to be a bit different for VDI than for people at home. So let me start with VDI, because I'm on VDI right now. Because VDI people, you can't save to your computer. You have to save to your school's computer, which is what you're working on, which means you need to save it onto your Google Drive. So for those of you who know how to save stuff and you're at home, just save it and put it wherever you want. But if you need help saving, if you have when I say at home, I mean Illustrator in your own computer. When I say at school, I mean VDI. I know you're all at home or at work, but at home would be your own version of Illustrator. When I say VDI or school, then I mean what I'm about to do right now. So we're going to say for VDI people, File, Save, Control or Command S is always the shortcut for saving. We're going to go File, Save. And when this window pops up, I highly recommend always saving on your computer. And in fact, in the past, people were saving on the cloud. It's become even harder. I wouldn't recommend saving to the cloud, and the fact that anything that's on the cloud at this point, it seems that Adobe can use for their artificial intelligence stuff. So for now, just save things on your computer always. So we're going to click on Save on your computer. Now, if you don't want this to show each time and you always want to make the same choice, then you can click on Don't Show Again. Please choose Save on your computer first, and then it won't show anymore. All right. So now this is for VDI people, which is like 4 of you guys at this point, 4 or 5. On the left side of your screen, you should see the Google Drive. Oh, first of all, let's change the name of this. Let's call this one First Practice or something. Okay. First Practice. And then on the left side, people who are at home, go choose your documents, your downloads, whatever you want to save stuff. I recommend never saving things on the desktop, but go ahead and choose it. But if you're on VDI, choose Google Drive. And then the only computer you can save, the only place you can save is into My Drive, which is your pipeline Google Drive account. So double click My Drive. You will have a lot or nothing here. I don't know what you'll have here. It's up to you. I recommend making a new folder and call it Illustrator files. So all their class files will go into a new folder in your drive. So now if you got into My Drive, click on New Folder and call this one Illustrator Class. Now, I'm going to call it Summer 2024 Illustrator, so I distinguish it from others. And then we can, when you do that, you can say open, or you can hit the return key, and then you double click into that. And now you're in that folder, and now you save your first practice. So now everything you save from now on will automatically go into that folder. When you get this message after you said save, just go with it. Don't change anything. Just say okay. It just means it'll be compatible with different versions of Illustrator. And now there you go. This file now will be called firstpractice.ai. AI is not for artificial intelligence, for eons. AI has meant Adobe Illustrator. So
I'm sorry, I missed you. How do you save it once you give it the name Summer Illustrator Class? And how do you save it?
You're going to go to Save As, save on your computer.
Yeah.
I'll say My Drive, or you'll go to Google Drive first.
Yeah.
Go to My Drive.
Yes.
You make your new folder.
Yes.
If you made your new folder, go find it then, which it'll be there. Now I have double click on the new folder that you just made, Summer.
Okay.
And now there you are. You're in that folder. So now you say save.
Okay, there's nothing in it now. So
yeah, exactly, because it's your first file you're putting in there.
And now I say save and it'll go in.
I know I already saved, so that's why I have it. So when you say save, it'll go into there. Okay.
Okay.
Now, if you're on a Mac, it's very similar, but when you file and save,
oh yeah, there it is. Okay.
and Control S, save on your computer. The window that you get for the Mac is a little bit different. And the name, the filing name is up there. Now you might have this little window. If it's the first time you've saved on a Mac from Illustrator, you might have this little reduced one. Put the file name first, which is First Practice. And then I recommend never having this teeny version. I recommend click on this little arrow so you have your big version of your Finder. And then you go over here and you choose where you want your downloads, your desktop, your whatever. I'm going to go ahead and put it in my Illustrator folder, which I haven't made yet. So down here at the bottom, see, everything is kind of upside down, Mac or PC. So the new folder is there, but I'm going to put it in my documents, new folder. I'm going to call this one Summer 2024 Illustrator Class Files, create. And then once that's in there, I'll say save. If you need more help with any of this, if saving or organizing management, file management and stuff like that is really important once you start having projects that have different files. For all of the Mac classes, management, file management, understanding how to handle your Mac, I'm teaching all of the Mac classes beginning next week, Tuesday, Thursday mornings, 9 to 12 or something like that. Then please sign into that one. I can tell you all of what the CRNs are. If you're on a PC and want to know about file management, there's a beginning computer class or something like that. You think, oh, beginning computer, I already know how to use my computer. But those are the places where you learn these type of save as, save in, management files, new folders, and all of that. That is sometimes so crucial to really understand when you're beginning to work with bigger documents. All right, so I'm gonna head back to my the one that I made 6 or 7 different artboards. Please give me a yes if you were able to successfully save your file. And into the right place where you needed to save it. In particular, you VDI people, if you're able to save it onto the school Google Drive. Now here's the thing. Remember I told you that you'll get a little asterisk. Right now there's no asterisk. Look, I'm just going to make one little change. I'm just going to move this over a tad. And that's all I'm going to do to this. And boom, see that little asterisk appearing over there? That just means again that I've made a change that I haven't saved. Now the file's already been created. So now all I need to do is save, and a quick save is just Command S or Control S, and then boom, it's saved. And then that's going to disappear once I haven't. Oh, I'm on the PC, Control S in this case. And then once it saves, it disappears again. Yes, Honoree?
When I tried saving, I got a pop-up saying Illustrator options, and then there's like a bunch of, I can show.
Yeah, go ahead. I think it's the one that talks about compatibility. Go ahead and share. If so, say okay. Yeah, that's one is just saying that you're going to save it in a format that will be available to see at the very top. It says Illustrator 2020. So we'll be able to open this file not only in 2024, but also in 2023, 2022, 2021, 2020.
Oh, okay.
So just say okay to that always, yeah. Because you want to have more flexibility. Say that you're working with someone in a team who has an older Illustrator version. If you don't say okay to that, then they won't be able to open your file. But if you do that, then up until 2020, they can save it. If you guys want to save this to someone who's working on, say, Jill, who has originally, she has to CS4, you'd have to go down that list and save it down to that version. If you know your coworker has an older version, you do that. But any new features that didn't exist in, say, CS4 won't be available. It'll kind of erase that kind of stuff. So it's not a good thing to do, but it's possible. If you have basic shapes like this, it wouldn't matter. It's when you start using a bunch of other special things that it would just kind of, well, CS4 didn't have them, so you can't have them, kind of thing. All right, Eliza?
I am having a hard time, and I can share my screen. The bar that you show, let me share my screen so you can see. Hold on.
Liliana, have you been able to reconnect yet? I know yet you disconnected, but if you can work on reconnecting, let me know. I can give you a hand. Oh, I see you said yes, so it looks like you did it. Okay, yes.
I did, but then layering the different shapes, I didn't get any of that part. Yeah.
Well, the layers tab right now, yeah, is right there next to the properties. I don't think you didn't save this file yet, but you're talking about seeing your layers.
So I actually
hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Liliana, I'm sorry. I'm answering Liliana, but I'm seeing Eliza's, and I was talking as if that was sharing. So Liliana, hold on a minute. Let me go back to Eliza who's sharing. So sorry, Eliza, what's your question then?
So the bar that is supposed to show here, like it shows for you, you know, where I can.
Yeah, it's only going to show if you select an object. So select an object.
Oh, okay, I see.
Okay. All right, now save your file because you haven't saved it yet. So say File Save or Command S.
Command S.
And then save on your computer. Nope, not to the Creative Cloud. Save on your computer. Yeah, and then give it a name. Choose where you want it. By the way, for anyone who's a Mac user, I recommend never using the desktop, and that's part of my whole like how I teach you to use your computer. But never mind for now. Do whatever you want. But desktops, especially on a Macs, are used for your computer to function correctly. So you just don't want to put stuff on it unless necessary.
Oh, really? Okay.
But for now, it's okay. Go ahead and save. And then say okay again. Okay, cool. Sorry. So Liliana, you were asking or saying something?
Yes, so I connected again, and I wasn't able to get the part where you added the different shapes or layered them.
Okay, so go ahead and share your screen. Share your screen so I can catch you up. By the way, hi Jinsu. I see you just joined us. Nice to see you. Guys, see how Jinsu, she's been a student before, so she knows the deal. When you sign in, if you haven't yet, she went in the chat and said hi there. Everyone who hasn't yet gone to the chat, please go to the chat and give me a little hi, I'm here. I want everyone to register themselves into the chat at least once. Okay? So, okay, so here you have your artboards. Now you need to leave the artboard mode. So either hit escape or go up to your selection tool, the V tool. Good. Now, the layers, right now, you only have one object. So you will have one thing in your layers, but you have it on the far right of your screen, very far right, and you might have zoom on the way. Go move your mouse. I don't see your mouse anywhere. Yeah, there you go. Move it all the way to the far right. And you might have zoom in the way. So you might need to minimize your screen to move some space in a bit more. But do you see the word properties?
Yeah.
Okay, so go to the layers one. And then now click on the layers and then drag that out a little bit and put it from the word layers, go up to the word layers and drag it out and put it on the left side there. Yeah, move it a little bit more. And now less into that long column. So keep going there. Yeah, right in the middle there. Let go. Perfect. Now when you click on that little icon that you just made, that one, that's your layer. So go and expand it by clicking on that little arrow next to the little tiny thumbnail. No, not there. Go ahead. That's fine to make it big and small, but I want you to expand your layers. So go to the word layer one. Put your mouse on the layer one. And to the left of that, there's this tiny little arrow. I need to go the annotation and do what Honoree was doing. I need to start marking. There's your layers. Now you only have one object. So that's all you have is one. And you create
So
another.
I was trying to put different objects in, but it didn't let me. Where was I?
Go up to your marquee to the rectangle tool. No. That is a completely different, that's new tools. Go to your rectangle tool, which is the fourth one down from the arrow. One down more. There you go. And now click on that and now go make another box. Click and drag. And there's your second one. And so there on your layers, you see the second one just appeared. Okay. Now,
and then what about the other shapes? So I was trying to get like the hectagon and the
go ahead and first of all do Command 0. No, you're on a PC. You're on a Mac or on a PC.
Yeah, a PC.
Control 0 so that you can zoom into just one page because it's impossible to work this way. No, cancel, not Command S, but Control 0. No, say cancel. Say cancel to that. You're not clicking on anything, just on your keyboard, Control, tab to Control, and then 0. There we go. Now go back to the rectangle tool and now click and hold your mouse down. Hold it down. There you go. That's where you get the ellipse tool to make your other shapes. And now go in and make it. Cool. There you go. Good job at catching up. I know you had a lot of work to do to get here, but
yeah. Thank you.
All right. Elisa, your hand is up. Is that from before or is it the same question?
That was from before.
Okay, good. I'll lower your hand. All right. I'm going to clean everyone's answers and ready to continue. So here we go. These are the two files I'm sharing with you. And let me go back to this one. Okay, so I left us here with a whole bunch of other artboards and I explained why. We're not going to use all these artboards, but I want to get rid of them. And so how do you get rid of artboards? Well, again, you go back to this tool, the artboard tool, which is this one here on the little diving whale. And then you select the one you don't want and you hit delete again. Boom, it's gone. Also, you can modify their shapes. And we haven't done that yet with objects, but you can make it bigger or smaller or something like that at this point. But I don't want any more than the first three. So I'm going to delete these guys, select the one you don't want, hit delete, and I'll be left with this 3. And I'm happy with 3. So that's the goal. I can say exit over here, or I can hit the escape key. Either way, now my artboards are fixed and are untouchable. And now I want to go back into my first artboard. I'm going to say Control or Command 0 to zoom into that page. And good. Now we're ready to continue. All right. I'm going to leave just that there. I'm going to scooch over. So I'm holding the space bar down and I'm scooching over to the second artboard page, which is over here. And now we're going to go back to our shapes and go back to the good old boring rectangle tool. And I'm going to make a rectangle. I'm going to hit I didn't move it fast enough. And then I'm going to get an ellipse. We're going to do two shapes. And just find out my perfect. Okay. So you have one rectangle, one oval. Just because it's a bit more fun to distinguish if I give it different colors, I'm going to give it different color, but don't get too crazy about that. Colors don't really matter too much. I'm just getting a different color. Okay, so when you have two shapes, and you did it by clicking and holding down to change which shape you want. Now, go back to your selection tool. And if you remember the shortcut for that, which is the V, then that gets you faster to your selection tool. All right. Now I'm going to show you the parts of an object. It's easier to start with the circle because when you click on the circle, you'll see that there's two lines here. There's this kind of line here, we call it a path, and then there's this kind of line here, which is a box that holds the circle. So the circle is our object. Our object is created by these paths, but the whole object is held by this bounding box. It's like the basket. So if I move it around and let go, that box is holding it. Now, remember that when I had you select two things, I'm going to go click, shift, click. The bounding box expanded to hold two different things. So it's one big basket. So the bounding box is just the holder of your objects. So if now were to move, I would move both of them. So the bounding box is just that. It's just the holder of your object. I'm going to click away and start again. So it's easy to see your bounding box here, but it's harder to see it on a rectangle. If I click on a rectangle, why is it harder to see? Because the rectangle shape is a rectangle. But when you see these white little boxes around your object, that is the bounding box. It's this, these four little white objects. That's the same thing. Versus on the circle, you can distinguish that there's something here called a path and a bounding box. In a rectangle, the path and the bounding box right now are one on top of each other, okay? And the reason I told you not to put a blue border or stroke is because I wanted you to be able to see the path really well. The path always shows up as blue, at least in this layer. And that's why I didn't want you to hide it too much. Okay, so path that generates the shape, we're going to get much deeper into that, and bounding box. Path that generates the shape and bounding box in the same spot, but they are two different creatures. Now, what do we do with this bounding box? Well, with the bounding box, and our black selection tool, right? The one that's just called selection, we can modify the shape of this rectangle. So I can grab it from the sides and make it skinnier, wider, shorter, taller. But no matter what I do, it's still a rectangle. It's very recognizable as a rectangle of whatever size and shape I want. In fact, if I grab the corner edge of the bounding box, I can move shape and size at the same time. So what I'm doing this with is with the bounding box. Let's do that on the circle. If I click the circle or the oval, again, if I click on any of these guys, I can make it taller, skinnier, fatter, thinner, but it's still very recognizable as an oval. And if I click on the corner one, I can move it all around in and out, both shapes and sizes until I end up with the shape I want. So that's the bounding box with the black area tool. Allows me to change the width and height of an object. Thus, I'm distorting it, but I'm not really distorting the shape into something completely different. I'm just making it bigger or smaller, skinnier, fatter, taller. That's all we can do with the bounding box and the black arrow tool. We can also, with the black arrow tool and the bounding box, select more than one thing to move them. Those are the basic two things that the bounding box does for us. Okay, you're all good with that? You're able to make your shapes change with the black arrow tool and the bounding boxes? Cool. Seeing lots of yeses. If not, give me a no. All right. Now let's select the top one, which is a rectangle. I'm going to zoom in a little bit more, Control plus. I want to show you something about this thing. As opposed to the oval, when you click on a rectangle or any element that has square angles, you get these little teeny circles in there. See those teeny little circles, which are not here. They're not in the circle. They're only in places where you have square angles, and the circle doesn't have one. So when I click on this one and I see those little circles, let's go ahead and grab and click on one of them and see what happens. I'm going to click on it and I'm going to drag in. And what I'm doing is I'm changing the angle of these little guys into arcs, in this case, into circles, into curves, let's say. I'm going to grab it and bring it in further, and that's the furthest I can bring it in. And then when I want to make it big again, I can bring it out. If I want to make it totally rectangular, angular again, which I do want, I'm going to grab this thing and I'm going to take it all the way out, like further out, not like they're trying to place it, move it all the way out. And then you get back to your corner sharp 90-degree angles. Did that work for everyone? Now, what if I only wanted to make this corner curved and none of the other three? Well, notice that these are white right now. When I first click them and move them, they all move at the same time. But what happens if I click on one more time? Now see how it went kind of like a little blue line around it versus the others. When I select one more time, now I can click it one more time and drag only this one down. So it's like you need to click it a few times. You click on it and then you move them individually. So now you've kind of lost. And now if you're a bit lost and you don't know how to get out of the way, instead of selecting it to move it back, you can just do Control or Command Z and Z to go back to where you were. So that's how we do and redo. So once again, I'm going to click on something one more time until it turns blue. But what if I want these two sides to be curves and this one to be rectangles, straight angles? Then I click on the one until it goes blue. I hold on Shift. Remember, Shift lets me select more than one. And then I click on this one. So now both of these have gone blue. These little tiny corners. Now I can grab any one of them and move them in, and only these two will turn and the rest will stay. Does that make sense? We're independently deciding which ones. I'm going to move them out again. Now I'm going to select this one, Shift, and this one. And then I'm moving in these two corners. Okay, if that worked, give me, everyone still has a yes. Let me clear out your feedback. If that worked for you, give me a yes.
This is Vera. How do you get the little circle to appear inside the inner rectangle?
Inner rectangle, they just appear when I select it. Yours don't appear?
There's no white circle in there for me.
Okay, go ahead and share your screen so I can see what's happening. Some computers, sometimes things are set up a little bit differently. You have the latest version of Illustrator, Vera? Because this wasn't there.
2024.
Okay. All right, so share your screen. Cool. All right. Oh, you're in, you double clicked. You're in a different mode. Hit escape. You're in isolation mode. I'll teach you later. Hit your escape key. Good. Now, let's see, click away again and click onto it. So it's not there. It's something that you must have inadvertently turned off in the preferences because you don't have them. Where was it in the preferences that you turned it on? Let me check. Go back, go up to Illustrator and Illustrator preferences, settings, I mean, go to settings and go to general, and I'm gonna have to find it. Yeah, click on general. So actually let me do it here so that I can see it better because yours is so tiny.
It's Control H or Command H to hide the anchor points.
Well, hold and shade anchor points, but those are not actually anchor points. I see what you mean, but I'll give it a try. But these are not anchor points. Anchor points would be those. I haven't explained it yet, so it's on the path. This is a tool. Disable, delete, use precision to end to alias. Nope. Units, guides, and grid. It's one of these guys. User interface. there, selection and anchor display. I'll have to figure out where it was again. First of all, just leave this and do what Henri said in case it's that, but this, I believe it's not that. There's a place where you turn these on and off because they didn't exist. When they started existing, some people hated it. So it gave us the chance to turn them off, but I can't remember. They've been on for so long that no one wants them off anymore. Oh, hide corner widget for angles greater than 177. There it is. Go to selection and anchor display. The second one down. Go up to general on the left side. Go up to general, the second one down.
This one?
Yeah. And no, you have the same one. Highlight anchor. You have the same one turned on. Urban, highlight on mouse over. Okay, so then just say cancel. I don't know where it is. We'll figure it out. For now, go ahead and do the command H. That just to hide, select, it's different. So I don't think so, but go ahead and do it just in case.
Command H.
I would be very happy to be wrong now. Those such the anchor points, which is different. Okay, so forget it for now. I'll have to look it up. You can also look it up on Google or something. There's a way to turn these corner widgets that I do not remember anymore how to turn it on and off. Anyway,
okay, we'll do.
For now,
Thank you.
Ignore it. I'll have to look it up. It's a tool that when it first appeared, it was easy to turn on and off because people, whenever there's a change, people don't like it and they didn't want to. So they could do that. Let me actually right click on it. No, and double click it. Yeah. Well, no, I don't know. Okay, enough because I really don't remember right now how to do it. So let's ignore that. Okay. If you don't have them for now, you just don't have them. Okay. They're kind of unimportant, so to say, because I'm going to show you later how to do this in a different way. So you can do it anyway, but yeah, there's a way for this to show.
Yeah, you have to switch your
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate everyone who always keeps me straight on the shares because I don't really see what's being shared until you tell me. All right, cool. So I'm going to leave that there. For now, actually, for all intents and purposes, I'd prefer this to all be straight angles. So let's pull them out again and make them completely perfectly straight angles. And you'll see why when I explain a bit more. All right, now, when you go down to the circle, basically all I was going to say is, yeah, you don't have that. So for now, ignore it. There's only one thing that the circle has that the rectangle doesn't have, again, part of the bounding box, which is this kind of little antenna that sticks out on the right. Okay, so let me just show you. It's a bit tricky. I don't know how useful it is, but look, I'm going to click on it one time. And once you do one little click, it's like you parted the waters, and then you can grab it and drag up, and lo and behold, we have a Pac-Man. Although I didn't make it a circle, you can't tell, but there we go. So let me do that again. Controller Command Z, Z, Z. I'm going to, when you click on this guy, I'm going to show it to you a little bit more circular. It's always on the far right. It's this little guy. When you click on it and drag it up, it splits your circle with an angle, like a little pizza paste shop. Every now and then it's useful. For the most part, it's a little bit gimmicky, but there you go. That's what that is. Okay. Just because I want to show you something else than this, go ahead and undo that, because I want you to have, again, a perfect circle for what I'm going to show you next. But yeah, go ahead and go back to perfect circle, perfect rectangle. All right. Now, the last thing I'm going to show you, class is going to be over in, when does it finish? At 1:10. Oh, I only have 5 minutes left. I always get confused. I thought we had 20 minutes. Okay, so I'm going to show you something now that I will continue in detail next class. And I don't want you to get confused by it. I just want you to see the choices of what we can do. But you won't be able to handle it completely well today. We're going to really get in depth with it next week. And that is, we're going to keep keep your selections off, deselect everything to make it a clean choice. And now we're going to see what the white selection tool does. The white selection tool is called the direct selection tool. See over there? I'm going to select the white selection tool now. And then when you're going to see it mostly in the circle. When I click the circle, guess what? What's missing? What's the biggest thing that's missing right now, guys?
The boundary box.
Yeah, the bounding box is not there. I'm going to select the rectangle, and you can't tell because they look the same, but the bounding box had white little corners, and see how the white corners are missing? So what we're seeing right now is the objects without the bounding boxes, and what we're seeing is the elements that create these objects. So this object here is created by, this is an anchor point. Remember, Honor, you mentioned anchor point. That's an anchor point. That's an anchor point. We have 4 anchor points, and then we have 4 paths. This is a path. And if you have the right color stroke, it's hard to see, but when I hover over this thing, how it says path in pink, it's very hard to see on this color. Over here, there you see it. When I touch the path, it says the word path. And then when I hover over an anchor, see how it changes to the word anchor? So those are the anchors and the paths. In this case, both of these shapes, we have 4 anchors and 4 paths. And I made you make this big, big wide stroke so that you could see very clearly that the path is in the middle of the stroke. So I don't know if you remember, the stroke was 9 points. The path in this case by default always shows up in the middle. So you have like 4.5 points to either side and the stroke is in the middle. We can change that, but that's a default setting. All right, so what's up with these paths? Well, these paths and strokes give us, with the white direction tool, allow us more choices. So now I'm going to go ahead and grab this corner, the top corner, not the little widget that makes things work, the little corner widget, but the actual anchor. And I'm going to click on that one more time so that it goes blue, the rest stay white. And now I'm going to click and drag it in. And whoa, for the first time ever, I'm actually modifying my shape. It could make it look into, now I'm going to click this anchor and make it look like something that isn't actually what it started out as. Now it's more like a kite, whatever, not like a rectangle. I'm going to select the circle, and this is even weirder. When I click on the anchor path here, I get these little antenna thingies, which are handles. We're going to learn how to handle these next week. For now, the anchor is this. Those are the handles. So I'm going to grab this anchor and I'm going to stretch it. Now I have a little egg shape. And I grab this one and move it in. So now I'm talking about more like a banana or whatever, right? If I click on this anchor and move these handles, weird things begin to happen to the curves. So this white selection tool gives me access to those elements that create the shape, which are the anchors and the paths. We're going to learn to add more, less. We're going to do more stuff. Right now, this is the same amount of anchor points and paths that we had from the beginning. We're just modifying their position to create new shapes. Okay, so there's a lot more to this. We'll work on this next week. I just wanted you to know you can grab the anchors or you can grab the path itself. I can just select everything moves at the same time, or I click one more time and then I get to select the path itself. Over here too, I can select the path on this one, and then always the second time. The first selection selects everything. The second time I select one anchor point, then I can grab a path and begin to move it from the path. Okay, so this is more like a fortune cookie now. Yeah. Anyway, so without adding anything new or different, I'm not interested in really complicated shapes. I want shapes that are not anymore the typical rectangle and circle. What I want you guys to do is to do a screenshot of this, and if you can, another screenshot, which is of all the multiple artboards. So right now I'm going to do Shift Command 4 for PC, for Macs, and I'm going to do this, and that's one screenshot. And then I'm going to do Control minus 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 so that I can see that I have multiple artboards, and do a Shift Command. And ideally also I'm going to turn on the layers. This is when it begins to be interesting to show me that you have your setup correct here. So now I have these 3 elements in one artboard, these in another one, but notice that they're all in the same layer, no matter the artboard they're in. And now I'm going to do a screenshot of this entire thing where I can show the 3 artboards and my layers in the right spot. That way I can see that you guys are kind of on top of it with these things. I'm going to put in the, oh, this isn't Photoshop, sorry, this is Illustrator. Illustrator. I was about to give you the wrong link, copy the link to clipboard. Here it is. I'm command, there we go. I gave you the link again for the Padlet in case you didn't have it open. And now you're gonna have to, you can't post 2 images, you have to post 1 at a time. Oh, look at that, Moni, you're making little, little cute doggies. And wow, Honoree, you're doing some really cool stuff here. Vera, you're giving me some little shapes, Mickey. So I really appreciate you guys pushing through and making new things, but at the very least I want the 2 shapes. So these are handling it with the A or direct selection tool. Okay, so I'm going to do a plus and I'm going to do Diana. And first I'm going to put up this one, which is the one that said A direct selection tool allows me to modify the shape using anchors and paths. So that's this one. And then I'm going to go plus again and my name again. And this time I'm going to put the second one. Is it this one? And here I'm going to say 3 artboards and 1 layer containing all the objects or something like that, just so you have an idea what we're showing. Okay, and publish that. Now, I'm not being very specific. Trust me, if you look at what Shelly or Moni are writing, they get really specific, and that's really cool. Like Moni here, block animals, rectangle tool, drawing different shapes, changing field colors, stroke size and color. It helps you remember what you've been doing, okay? Now, what if you want to change your post? This is the last thing. I know that I'm 2 minutes past it. Give me a second. If you want to change your post because something's missing or you want to add something, when you hover over your post and you move your mouse here to these 3 little dots, the word edit appears. So you can click on edit and then add a different photo or add more information or add your name if you forgot, and then you say update, and that lets you add more stuff. Okay. So now I'm going to let you guys keep posting these screenshots on your own. Everyone who has completed everything, you're welcome to leave. Those of you on VDI, hold on. I'm going to show you how to back out of VDI. So don't leave yet. And then raise your hands if you have other questions about any of this. I'll stay behind and I'll help you with it all. Sorry, the time my brain said that the class finished at 1:20. I forgot that it's 1:10, so I'm a little bit over. But yeah, if you're done and you got it and you need to go, I'll see you in a week. I'll send you an email with a link for the survey in case you didn't get it yet, and a link to how to get to the first recording and stuff like that. But other than that, I'll see you next Friday, everyone, at 9 a.m. from now on. And raise your hand, stay behind if you have questions, if you have time to stay behind, and I'll work with everyone individually now a little bit. And I know that Carlos, I need to help you catch up. Okay, Liliana.
Yes. I know right now you went over the Mac on how to print screen, but how do you print screen on a PC?
That's
again?
true. On the PC, you need to, and notice that if you ever forget, at the very top, I always have this instruction. So on a Windows, how to make a screenshot, you click on the Windows key, Shift and S. What I should continue to say here then is that since this is a copy, when you get to Padlet, then you have to do a paste shortcut, which is Control V. Okay, I should probably edit this to add that. And paste using the Control V shortcut. There we go. All right, so that's the way to do it. And then when you click on Windows key and Shift, when you then click on the S, everything kind of goes gray, and you have to then drag with your mouse from the top to the bottom of whatever you're trying to capture, and that copies it on. So then when you create your post, instead of clicking on this to upload it, you would click in here and you would do Control V for paste, and it's going to paste in here. Okay.
Okay.
All right, go ahead and do it. And if you need more help, I'll give you a hand. First of all, some of you are done, but you're on VDI and you need to know how to get rid of VDI. So let me walk you out of VDI because you want to make sure to do, who's left on VDI right now? Just Jill and Eugenia, right? And Liliana. Everyone else has their own app. So basically, maybe everyone left VDI already without doing it correctly, but that's okay. First of all, you need to save this again. Control S to wherever you're at. But if you're still asking questions, don't do this because it won't help. But you need to close the app. First close the file. And then when you're left without a file, you close the Illustrator app. I'm going to exit VDI and then I'll help everyone. So then when you're here, you need to head over to, I'm not going to just, ideally you disconnect from Google Drive. I'm going to do it the right way. Then we can all get it right the next time. You go to this little arrow. And you open the Google Drive. And we have to disconnect from here. So you'll go over to this little peers, and I'm just going to say quit. So I've been saying you can do the preferences, but I think you can just quit and it'll work just as well. So you quit from your Google Drive. Then you go to the Windows Start tool because you need to sign out of this Windows computer. So you need to power down the school computer. So you go to your Start tool and power down by clicking on the word power. And then you shut down. And this is not your computer. This is the school computer that you're shutting down. Say okay to that. But then you still need to sign out of the View Horizon, the VDI. So you shut down the computer. Now you go to the very, very top left where you see the Horizon logo. The last icon, you click on that. And at the very bottom, you log out. Are you sure you want to log out? Yep. And
Can you please go over that one more time?
Yeah, since I can't redo it because I'm in, now I'm going to have to share the screen. That's okay. That I knew that. I had to show it once, and now I need someone else to share it, and I'll walk you through it because mine is closed down. Okay. So Jill, can you share your screen and I'll help you?
Okay, I already got to a certain point, but I'll share.
What point are you in? No, I'll walk you through.
I'm at, you'll see, hold on a second. That work?
No, it's share and then share again, 2 shares.
Oh. Where's the share again part? Oh yeah, there it is. It was hidden. I'm sorry, it was hidden. Okay.
Okay, so first you need to leave this. So there where it says your name, Jane, pipeline, there's a little gears icon. Click on that.
Okay, wait, gears.
Right, you're there. You're there. Just click on it.
I'm writing it down. Sorry, window. Okay, click on that.
And then say quit.
Okay.
Cool. That'll disappear. And then on the bottom left of the screen, the little Windows icon, it's 4 little tiny white squares, bottom left.
Okay, wait, hold on a second, bottom left.
You know what, I'll send you a link to a recording of this process so
Here we
that
go.
you can also.
Is this, bottom left, sorry, wrong left. Okay, here?
Now, right above it, there's that little on off. Click on that, click on the power one more time, and then it'll give you the choice to shut down.
Okay, hold on a second.
Power and shut down.
Taking a screenshot. Oh, I can't take a screenshot.
Yeah, not right now. Just
Just
Okay.
write yourself power and shut down. It's a typical power shape, you know. Say
Okay.
Say close.
Close.
Yep. And then at the very, very, very top, the last icon, yeah, log out. And okay. Perfecto. You can watch the recording of this class or the little recording of just how to get on and off VDI that I'm going to send you again now, and just practice it until you get the whole process down. All right, cool. Eugenia, you've been patient. Oh, Carlos had to leave and I needed to help Carlos.
I can wait.
No, but he's gone. He was there up until.
He left. Okay. So my question is, it doesn't matter because I'm going to use the other system. I'm using VDI this time, but I cannot post 3 artboards at all because all the windows are narrow and I cannot extend them. So I cannot even make 3 boards.
I don't know what was happening to your VDI was showing you a really weird.
Yeah, it's so weird. I've been going like.
Don't worry. Just make a post saying, remember that my VDI was
Okay.
weird. Can't post it, but I got it or something like that.
Okay, so I already posted whatever it is, but I'll re-edit it.
Yeah. Don't
Okay.
worry. And then
Thank
don't
you.
forget during the week, whenever you get check your pipeline email, because in your pipeline email is where you get the instructions for how to install all of the applications.
I got it today, so yeah, I didn't want to ruin everything, so I said I'll start with VDI today.
It's gonna make you choose between FCCC community foundation for California community colleges or FCCC City College. You need to choose the FCCC California community college. The instructions tell you, but just in case you make a mistake, the whole personal and school that used to appear, now it actually says FCCC City College or FCCC California Foundation of California. It's that one, the one that you bought it from, that you need to click on. Not City. Basically, do not choose City College because this is yours, not theirs.
Okay. Okay.
That's the only place that is the tricky part. All right. Okay, so Jinsu, make sure to do some posting in the Padlet. Sometimes in the Padlet you don't do the posting and then I can't see your work, okay? So please go do some of the work and post it in the Padlet. All right. Any other question from anyone, you guys? I can't believe I missed Carlos. I really needed to help him, but oh well. Vera. Yes.
Are you going to help Carlos first?
He's not here. He left, unfortunately.
Okay. So I went to a little tutorial and it said to go to view and hide or show edges. But I did that and it's still not showing. Can you help me?
Yeah, go ahead and share your screen and I'm going to go spend a little bit of time on that now to figure it out. What can it be? I'm going to share your screen. Meanwhile, I'm going to do my own little search. Let me do a search here. View corner widgets Illustrator 2024. Let's see. It's a bug. No corner widgets appearing for shapes in Illustrator. Solve view hide corner widgets. Uncheck that option. No. Select pen tool, press control on your keyboard. No, that's different. No, not that one. View hide corner widgets worked, but that's the one that we had done. So go up to view. Oh, I see it there. I see it. Hide corner widget. There, go to hide corner widget. One up. Yeah. And now click away. No. Make a regular rectangle. Go ahead and make just a regular rectangle so that we're clear. You just go grab and make a rectangle and just yeah, make it bigger because that went. Okay. Oh, there they are. There they are.
They are. Okay. All right.
Use the selection tool. You're in the make, do this black selection tool so that they'll be visible. Any selection, B or A.
So was it because that was the irregular previously? This was the irregular, I couldn't find it?
No, but this one won't show it right now because it's not selected. Let's see. Go choose your selection tool and select this shape. And that's interesting. Maybe it's, no, I don't think it's because it's irregular. Maybe because you had to turn them on and they weren't turned on yet. I don't know. From now on, go and modify the other shape you just made, the one that you just made on the other page where it worked. Select it first. There they are. Now modify it with the A tool and let's see if they stay. Yeah, no, those are working. But now go pull them out again. And now modify your shape. Go to the A or direct selection tool. And then grab just the, not the widget, but just the corner anchor. Just go to the anchor. Yeah. And now click on that one more time. Oh, click on it and click it one more time. Yep. And now grab it and move it away. And now let's see if your corner widget stays. No, it looks like on that one, your corner widgets went away. But interesting. And mine, it did. Oh, it's there. It's there. It's just so tiny. There it is. Yeah, you can still use it. There it is. You need to hover over it. Yeah, there it is. It's tiny. But there it is. Okay. And it's only going to be there. Straight angle. You're welcome. You're welcome. All right. Yeah. Cool. Well, there you go. All right. Nice to see you again, Vera. I'll see you next week.
See you next week. Thanks so much. Bye.
Bye, Jinsu.